Park, Milwaukee. Postseason baseball continues on TBS. The roof is closed, but Miller Park still lit up for baseball. They're hoping this will not be the final game as they're ready to blow the roof off this place tonight. This National League Championship Series coverage on TBS is presented by the new Capital One Cash Card. It is Game 6 of a best-of-7 series. The Milwaukee Brewers and the St. Louis Cardinals. The Cardinals leading 3-2. And hi, everybody. We welcome you from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Brian Anderson along with Ron Darling and John Smoltz. Great to have you with us. This one's coming right down to the end. It is an elimination game for the Milwaukee Brewers. And Ron, as for the St. Louis Cardinals, it was deemed impossible that they might even make it to the postseason. Maybe improbable that they get by the Philadelphia Phillies, but here they are on the brink of a World Series.
Well, when you look at the games in the series so far, it's really a race to 5. The Cardinals have done a little better job to take that little lead. The key, though, really, in the first 3 innings, the St. Louis Cardinals have outscored the Brewers 14-5. So they've gotten a lot of big hits from their offense. But the key for the Milwaukee Brewers, if they're going to get this to a Game 7, at some point they're going to have to win the Braun-Dotel matchup and the Zepchinski Fielder matchup. They've faced them 4 times, 4 strikeouts. They're going to have to get a big hit against the righty and lefty, respectively, if the Brewers are going to move forward.
Well, the Brewers are certainly comfortable in their home ballpark, and as you can hear, John Smoltz, this is a place where they like to play the best home record in all of baseball this season. Tonight, the Brewers are going to give the ball to Sean Markham. He's the Game 6 starter. He's been the guy that has pitched them here all season long.
Well, this is really about redemption, and what I mean by that is each pitcher has had a rough start in the postseason. It started with Gallardo winning Game 5, giving Wolf an opportunity to redeem himself. He did that, won that game, and now he's given Markham a chance to redeem himself. What Markham's hoping to do is come full circle and give the ball to Gallardo in Game 7. Markham's arguably been one of their best pitchers all year. You look at the numbers, some question is whether he should even be pitching this game. He's just going to have to do a better job of mixing speeds, mixing pitches, keep the hitters off balance, and then he could possibly give the ball to Gallardo for a Game 7.
Well, the Brewers are playing without a net. It is win or go home. Meanwhile, the St. Louis Cardinals have Chris Carpenter ready. They'd love for him to start Game 1 against the Texas Rangers in a World Series. Stay with us. Game 6 coming up next. It is a cool night here in Milwaukee, 54 degrees outside, but they've got it sealed up tight. Should play as another hitter's ballpark tonight, as it has been throughout this postseason, Miller Park. And a sellout crowd, a live wire crowd, and the Brewers are hoping to push this to a Game 7 to take advantage of their home field advantage. The fourth member of our team, Craig Sager, he is standing by down below. Craig?
Well, for the past 48 hours, there's been a lot of buildup to the special guest the Brewers promised would be here tonight to throw out the ceremonial first pitch. It may not be what baseball historians were expecting, but here's Sully from Monsters, Inc. What started out as a simple signal from Prince Fielder to his kids in the stands from the monster movie, Monsters, Inc. has become the unofficial mascot of the Brewers, and that's everybody in this place in beast mode. Well, not everybody. Tony La Russa told me just a moment ago he's a little disappointed. Like a lot of us, he was expecting former Milwaukee Brave and Brewer Hank Aaron. Thank you, Brian.
Yes, that is the new school up against the old school. And I would say Sully's about as new school as it gets, huh? Let's take a look at tonight's starting lineups, brought to you by the new Capital One Cash Card. Tony La Russa's batting order today. Rafael Furcal leads off, the switch hitting shortstop. Then John Jay batting second in front of Albert Pujols, who's at first. In the middle of the order, it's Lance Bergman, Matt Holliday in left, and David Freese bumping up to the sixth spot once again. Bottom of the order, Yadier Molina, Nick Punto at second base, and Edwin Jackson, a very good hitting pitcher, very athletic pitcher batting ninth. And that starting nine, John Smoltz will be facing Sean Markham, a 13-game winner during the regular season. As you mentioned, he was one of the Brewers' best all season, and now he gets a chance to extend their season.
He does, and hopefully he can learn the mistakes he might have made in going a little too fast and throwing too many of the same type speeds to these hitters. You're going to really have to be good and let the count determine whether you strategically walk somebody or not. He's got to mix and match. He stays out of the strike zone. But on the flip side, St. Louis does not swing too many times outside the strike zone.
So Sean Markham ready to go to work against Rafael Furcal. And Ron, a less is more pitcher who is pitching in a very amped up, hyped up environment here today. That'll be a key early for him.
He's going to have to take a lot of deep breaths and just remember not to be a thrower, to be a pitcher today. Move the ball in and out, and as John said, change speeds.
Furcal standing right on top of home plate. Takes strike one. Off we go at Miller Park. Rafael Furcal with 3 leadoff home runs against the Brewers this season. 2 of those came against Gallardo. He's a free swinger early in the count. Good thing they put a chalk stripe down for Rafael Furcal, because he is practically standing on the plate in this matchup against Sean Markham. This is a little different look for Furcal to start a ball game.
Only time as a hitter that you can stand right on the plate like that is when you don't believe a pitcher can beat you inside with his fastball.
Quickly 0-2 on Furcal. Now Markham coming to the Brewers in a trade with the Toronto Blue Jays. Milwaukee gave up their top prospect, Brett Lawrie, who burst onto the scene late in the season with the Blue Jays. You see Markham's numbers. Most of his success was on the road tomorrow night. If the Brewers win, we'll do it all over in prime time tomorrow night, and a great matchup with Chris Carpenter and Yovani Gallardo. The Cardinals would just as soon have Chris Carpenter start game 1 against the Texas Rangers in the World Series on Wednesday. Off the plate, and the count evens at 2-2.
Well, this is what he's going to do all night, or at least that's the plan. He's got to find ways to get maybe an inch or two off the plate, see if the Cardinal hitters will be aggressive early on. Of course, that's been the story of the series. The Cardinals have not been as aggressive as the Brewers hitters have.
Little pop-up, long run. Betancourt, the shortstop, is out, and he makes the catch. This one starts with a bang tonight. What a play by the Brewers shortstop to get us started.
Well, after playing probably their worst defensive game all season long with 4 errors. It's Betancourt that starts this game for the Brewers with a fantastic play. Over the shoulder catch, just beating Hairston to the spot, and it looked like it might have been a fair ball.
Betancourt had one of those 4 errors in St. Louis for Game 5 Friday night. An outstanding catch to begin this one tonight as John Jay digs in for the Cardinals.
Sean Markham has about 3 innings to determine or give his manager an idea whether or not he's got what it takes to go deeper into the game. In an elimination game, you don't have the freedom of a regular season game to make a few too many mistakes. So it's a lot of pressure in the first couple innings.
Line drive to left. That's down for a hit. John Jay singles with 1 away. And a man on for Albert Pujols. Ron, you referenced the defense. How about Milwaukee tonight?
Well, their right-handed hitting lineup, you look at out there, Braun, Morgan, and Corey Hart gets the start and will lead off. Hairston, Betancourt, Weeks. You can see 3 errors in the series so far. Fielder and Lucroy.
Ricky Weeks hobbled by an ankle injury, has not been free and easy like we saw from him during the regular season that made him an all-star this year. Defense certainly a question, but Ron Renicky addressed that by saying, we don't say a word about it. These guys know what's at stake here tonight. And now a big at-bat early for Sean Markham as he deals with Albert Pujols with a man on.
I don't think from a crowd standpoint, from a team standpoint, has there ever been a more important first inning to put up a goose egg. This crowd is just waiting to roar, and they're holding their breath, hoping that they can get off to a better start than they have the last couple games.
Remember the second game where you had Albert Pujols' heroics. It was because Jay had 3 hits in front of him that game.
Well, this great run by the Cardinals through the Phillies, through Milwaukee here at Miller Park. As they played on the road, they've been able to score first. As a matter of fact, they've scored the first run in each of the first 5 games in this postseason series. No team has done that in each of the first 6 games in a series. First team since '88 to do it. Got to go back to the Dodgers. As Jay takes off, swing and a miss, throw to second. He's short, and Jay steals second base. A good throw, had a chance to get him, but John Jay swipes second base and now in scoring position.
Boy, that could have been a huge throw there for Lucroy. Didn't get the greatest jump, kind of a hit and run almost, and that one-hop throw, if it was a good throw, easily would have had Jay at second base. Tough play for Ricky Weeks to handle.
Well, you almost have to think that it was a hit and run, because typically when Pujols is up, I don't know many times as hot as he is that you steal a base and leave a base open if the pitcher's got a count going against him.
The Cardinals scored first inning runs the first 3 games and then scored in the second inning in games 4 and 5. And they are threatening early here tonight with Pujols at the plate. Pujols had some success against Sean Markham. We take you back to game 2. Markham in the Blues, and Albert Pujols got him quickly. A home run for Albert Pujols. That was a 2-run shot in the first inning. Markham gave up 5 earned runs in 4 innings that night. You see the numbers for Pujols with runners on. He's 6 for 9.
I would not throw him another strike in this at bat. There's no reason to throw him another strike. Now, if Pujols wants to swing at one, his choice.
And he does chase one off the plate, fouls it into the seats.
Well, that has been the one thing this series. Albert's had a good series, but when Milwaukee has executed its pitches and even thrown the ball off the strike zone, he's not been as patient as I've seen him in the past, so he can be pitched to. That's a lunging kind of swing that you usually do not see on a 2-1 count from Albert.
Might have been a swing trying to hit that big hole between first and second. Now, if you can throw a curveball or something on that same side of the plate in the dirt, that's when they have been able to get Pujols to swing.
Oh, it didn't miss by much. Markham coming in on the inside corner. It's Mike Winters calling the balls and strikes tonight, the home plate umpire.
Well, this is a kind of a backup that he would have liked to have gotten the strike call.
Hitters in the postseason are hitting 389 against Markham when he gets the 2 strikes, so he has not been able to put hitters away like he did during the regular season. I don't know about you, John, and I know that Lucroy and Markham with people on base are taking even longer, but Markham to me looks like he had a plan, and that was to take his time between pitches, make sure he didn't jump at the hitter.
Still a base open at first. And Markham checks on John Jay at second base. Jay with a single and a stolen base, putting the pressure on Markham and the Brewers in the very first inning here tonight. Here's Brewer skipper Ron Renicky and checking Tony La Russa. These two managers eagle-eyeing the other, looking for any advantage they can come up with. And Pujols lays off. So Markham walks Albert Pujols, 2 on to start the first inning. We mentioned Mike Winters. His mates joining him tonight. Gary Darling is the crew chief. He's over at first base. Tim Timmons at second with Sam Holbrook at third. The 2 outfield umpires, Mike Everett and Bill Miller. And it'll be the crew chief, Gary Darling, who will be behind the plate if this series should move to a Game 7 tomorrow night.
See, now the good news behind that walk is the fact that we mentioned that the Cardinals do not swing and miss a lot, strike out, but they do hit into a lot of ground balls, and that has related it to a lot of double plays. So if you make your pitches against the Cardinals with runners on, you can get out of an inning.
Markham a lot of success against Bergman throughout his career. 1 for 17. You saw the 4 strikeouts. Tony La Russa has flip-flopped Berkman and Holiday in his lineup, depending on the game. He had David Freese hit cleanup behind Pujols in Game 4 against the left-hander Randy Wolf, but it is Berkman in that spot tonight with Holiday on deck. Two balls, no strikes. Markham digging in a hole against Lance Berkman, and Jonathan Lucroy on his way out.
I'm surprised by those numbers that we showed that Berkman's 1 for 17 because Markham looks like he'd be perfectly suited for the way that Berkman hits. He likes the ball in the middle of the plate, out. The breaking ball down and in is a strength for him. You know, sometimes you just don't pick up the ball off for a certain pitcher like you do others.
Some tense moments early at Miller Park. This is a first inning that feels like a 9th inning. 2 on, 1 away, and a 2-0 pitch. Berkman rips one to center field, a base hit, and the Cardinals are going to take the lead. Pujols on his way to third, and now Berkman on his way to second. Everybody moves up, a run is in, and the Cardinals strike again. They continue to impress early in ball games. Another first inning run as Berkman singles in John Jay.
Well, this is a clinic of baseball right here. 2-0 count, so Berkman gets a pitch he can hit. But you like the run's going to score Jay easily. But Albert Pujols, first to third, drawing the throw from Morgan, who misses the cutoff man, allows Berkman to move up. Just not a good defensive play there by the Brewers, and good aggressive base running by the St. Louis Cardinals.
So the Cardinals take themselves out of a double play chance with Holiday at the plate. Now 2 in scoring position with 1 away. And a swing and a miss from Holiday. And a lot of talk, rightly so, about the Texas Rangers offense. They have been the dominant force offensively in this postseason. But the St. Louis Cardinals are certainly doing their fair share of damage as well. And they're doing it early, especially on the road. In Philadelphia, in Milwaukee, taking crowds right out of it. Well, it is a short leash, and LaTroy Hawkins already loosening in the Brewers bullpen in the first inning.
He probably was on this other training table getting his arm rubbed the same time Markham was.
which had to be a little unnerving for the 29-year-old starter. Right off the end of the bat, Markham coming to the plate, and the tag in time for the out. Sean Markham shovels it out of his glove, the college shortstop, showing some of that defensive flair. That's a big out, out number 2.
What a humongous play by Markham off the end of the bat. You saw, we talked about Pujols with that big lead, and that nice shovel to Lucroy, who applies the tag, the bat in the way. Boy, Pujols' foot, you could have called him safe there. Watch the front foot and the tag. The right foot, does it get to the base before he's tagged? Pretty bang bang.
Wow, and you wonder if the bat is not there, does he get there a little cleaner to the plate? Close as it gets. Mike Winters with the out call on Albert Pujols. Could have gone either way. Now 2 gone, and here is David Freese. First and third for the Cardinals. And Freese launches one to left. Back is Ryan Braun at the wall, and there it goes. A 3-run home run for David Freese. Yeah! 4-0 Cardinals, and their hottest hitter comes through once again. Worst case scenario for Milwaukee.
Well, this is just a hanger right over the middle of the plate. And as great as the play he made right there, that pitch right there is got to be a crushing blow to not only the Brewers, their fans.
Molina swinging away at the first pitch. What a start for the Cardinals against a Missouri native, Sean Markham. 4 on the board. Oh, and how this ballpark has quieted down. It is like a golf tournament out here right now.
No worse feeling in the world for a pitcher. You know what's at stake. You know what you got to come out and do. You're maybe one pitch or one play away from being okay. Postseason can be awfully cruel.
Try to counter to Freese with a first pitch curveball. You hang it, and now David Freese, this postseason, is 7 for 9 with 10 RBI hitting on the first pitch.
Freese now with 14 runs batted in the postseason combined, and 9 of those ribbies coming in this series. And the Cardinals here at Miller Park in this series have scored 7 first inning runs. And in every game in this ballpark in this series, they've scored in the first inning. Two balls, 2 strikes on Molina. Count goes full. Could be Markham's last hitter. "26 pitches into this game. Sean Markham is trailing 4-0 as the Cardinals come out banging away here tonight. And a swing and a miss. Side retired. What a start for the St. Louis Cardinals. 4 in the first. 4 in the first. They made it hold up for a victory behind Chris Carpenter. Tonight, David Freese, a 3-run home run, giving St. Louis an early advantage.
This series, if you throw him fastball away, hit you over the right field fence. If you throw him a breaking ball in, they'll hit it over the left field fence. And in the winter, when you're not sure that big number 5 is still going to be wearing a Cardinal uniform, embarrassment of riches to have a young player come up and show what he can do.
He has been the Nelly Cruz of the St. Louis Cardinals in this LCS and adds a big home run to the ledger. Now Edwin Jackson is on the mound, pitching with a lead. After a 4-run first, facing Corey Hart to start it. See the numbers on Edwin Jackson in this postseason. He was on the mound against Sean Markham here at Miller Park in Game 2.
Well, Edwin Jackson now has the luxury of being able to go after the hitters a little more aggressively. He's got a good fastball and a good slider.
Now Corey Hart back in that leadoff spot. Hart on Friday night had 3 hits. He was 3 for 4 with a run batted in. As the count even to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Edwin Jackson traded from the Blue Jays, technically been pitching for the Chicago White Sox in a paper trade to Toronto, and Toronto turned him right around, shipped him to St. Louis at the trade deadline.
Has appeared in uniform for 5 different teams, his own version of the Jackson 5.
Been traded 6 times, has Edwin Jackson.
You know, a lot of times you get into a series like this, you have a team motto. Let's get into their bullpen. Well, they haven't really even done much to get in their bullpen, but the bullpen has come in and done a great job for St. Louis.
Corey Hart into center field, way back there. John Jay at the wall, and that one's gone. A leadoff home run for Corey Hart, and the Brewers are on the board quickly.
This might be one of those games. You never know. Fastball that goes back over the middle and he just tees off on it. This game may have more pitching visits and mound visits than we've seen in a long time, Ron.
This is a small ballpark. Anything can happen. A 3-run lead now means nothing.
Nigel Morgan for Milwaukee. Corey Hart with 6 home runs against the Cardinals this year. No player in the major leagues has more home runs against St. Louis than Corey Hart. Tonight it is as a leadoff hitter. Had 5 leadoff home runs during the regular season, and that is exactly why Ron Renicky wants him at the top of the order. Not a prototypical leadoff hitter, but he brings the power threat and a quick strike for Milwaukee at the plate. First time in postseason history. Not a lot of postseason history to call on for this franchise. Nigel Morgan is 2 for 10 in this league championship series. Been down offensively in the postseason, but did have the hit that sent the Brewers to the LCS. A game-winning RBI single in Game 5 of the League Division Series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Two and two to Nigel Morgan. On the ground, backhanded Pinto out number 1. Well, you've seen Hart and Morgan. Let's take a look at the rest of the starting lineups, brought to you by the new Capital One Cash Card. Hart with a home run. Nigel Morgan back in his customary 2-hole. Then you've got Ryan Braun, Prince Fielder, and Ricky Weeks, a trio of all-stars there. Jerry Hairston hit 6th. The bottom of the order for Ron Renicky is Betancourt, Lucroy, and Sean Markham.
Never has there been a game, probably there's been a few of them, but it's important where everybody that came to the park that could pitch knew their responsibility could be moved up really, really fast. everyone was ready to pitch from the very first pitch of the game. And we've already seen the effect of what happens. The Brewers got a guy warming up in the bullpen. Looks like he's going to come in.
No sneakers today. Everyone's in spikes.
Right. Typically, you wouldn't see LaTroy Hawkins come into a game. He wouldn't even be in the bullpen until the 4th or 5th inning. Yet he was warming up in the very first inning. As Ryan Braun takes a big cut. Well, if the Brewers are going to plow their way back, they're going to have big contributions tonight from Ryan Braun and Prince Fielder. They have been good in this postseason. They have been dominant at home at the plate during this postseason. Pretty severe splits for the two big sluggers, Braun and Fielder. Look at the home numbers. A 500 batting average for the two, 5 home runs. All of the home runs for the two have come here at Miller Park, and 13 RBIs compared to just 2 on the road this postseason. 2 games in Arizona and 3 games in St. Louis. Jackson strikes out Braun, out number 2.
Well, this is the one area that they've been able to expose so far on Braun. Fastball down, then they're going to tie him up with a good sinker. Try to go back in there. Wasn't as far in as he would like, and then a fastball away, maybe even a cutter away, that he was able to get him to extend and reach and not catch up to it.
2 gone for Prince Fielder. And a strike from Jackson. Rick Kranitz, the Brewer pitching coach, on the phone to the bullpen.
Well, if the Brewers are able to come back in this game, a lot of it has to go to their manager, Ron Renicky. When asked today, did he speak to his team before this big game, he said, no, I don't need to speak to my team. They know what to do. They're coming off a game where they did not play well. He's showing a lot of patience in them. Maybe they'll reward him.
Fielder hits one a mile high. Back is for call. And when it comes down, side retired. Edwin Jackson gives up a home run to Corey Hart. The Brewers get on the board. 4-1 Redbirds as we go to the second. Tonight, 4-1 is our score as we head to just the second inning, and this National League Championship Series coverage on TBS is brought to you in HD by BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Sean Markham is out, gives up 4 runs on 3 hits, and now Chris Narveson is in. There's a lot of speculation whether Narveson might get the start in this game, Ron, but he comes in a 4-1 ball game and a left-handed look for Ron Renneke.
Huge situation for Narveson and the Brewers. He can come in and stop this tide. He turns this entire St. Louis batting order around. Punto to his worst side, Berkman to his worst side. Narveson also is a guy who is a good hitter, so you could leave him in there if you wanted to get 3 or 4 innings from him.
Nick Punto back in the starting lineup once again. He and Ryan Theriot have split time at second base, but it is Punto, because of the right-handed starter, that is getting the start. Now he turns around and hits right-handed against the lefty. Typically, La Russa would rather have Theriot in the game against the left-hander. And it is Punto who stays, and you can afford to do that with a 4-1 lead. And I guess the big question right now, John, is 4 runs going to win this game?
No.
That's the key.
I don't believe so. It did the other night when St. Louis scored 4.
Cardinals scored 4 runs in the first inning on Wednesday night. That was game 3. Did not score the rest of the game, but they didn't have to. That was a 4-3 victory for the Cardinals.
Well, we talked about in the opening, it's the race to 5 now. Who gets to the 5th inning with the lead? Can St. Louis hold this 3-run lead or add to it? Those are the teams that have won in the series.
Chris Carpenter has been the lone Cardinals starter to get through the 5th inning in this series so far, and yet St. Louis has a 3-2 lead over Milwaukee. Now, the one thing we saw with Randy Wolf on the mound for the Brewers in game 4, just the left-handed arm disrupted the Cardinals just enough. Wolf had the best performance on the mound in this series of either team, went 7 innings, gave up just 2 runs.
Narveson's a back and forth kind of guy. He'll throw under the hitting speed. And what I mean by that, throws a lot of changeups, a lot of big curveballs. He really pitches backwards. He'll surprise you with the fastball now and then.
Narveson, the former Cardinal. Well, St. Louis last 7 games here in this ballpark. As good as the Brewers have been at Miller Park, the Cardinals have won 5 of the last 7 here. As Narveson strikes out Nick Punto.
Well, in the playoffs, how you play at the end of the year can make for some strange bedfellows during the postseason. If you think about Philadelphia, that swept Atlanta. That ensured that they would play the Cardinals at the end of their year. And the Brewers only went 1-6 down the stretch against the Cardinals, and that's the reason they faced them here tonight.
Big cut by Edwin Jackson. Good hitting pitcher who had a hit in his last start here at Miller Park. There was so much discussion the last month of the regular season. It almost looked like the division series were a lock with about 30 days left. It looked like it was going to be the Diamondbacks, Brewers, Braves, Phillies, but that all changed as the Cardinals got hot. The Atlanta Braves slumped. Even the most diehard Cardinal fan couldn't have expected the Cardinals to end up in the postseason this year. Not only are they in the postseason, they knocked off the Phillies. And they're a win away from the World Series as Narveson strikes out. Edwin Jackson, back-to-back Ks. The Cardinals grabbed the wild card this year. The National League Central bringing 2 teams to the postseason. On August 25th, after games that day, St. Louis 10.5 back of the Atlanta Braves, and then the final standings didn't even need a play-in game. Cardinals won it outright, Headed straight to Philadelphia after a win against the Houston Astros. It was Carpenter who won the game against Houston to send them to the postseason. It was Carpenter who won Game 5 against the Phillies. If the Cardinals don't finish it off here, he'll be the one to send them to the World Series, perhaps. It's Furcal. Deep left field, and that one is up and out of here. Rafael Furcal. Surprising power from the right side. And the Cardinals get their run back. It is now 5-1. A 2-out bomb by Rafael Furcal.
Now both leadoff hitters have a home run. Not many times you see a hitter of Furcal's stature one-hand the ball into the bleachers in left field. Let's go the bat, catches it on the good part of the wood, and a long home run.
Two-out home runs already in this game. Freeze in the first, now Furcal, and St. Louis has scored 13 two-out runs in this NLCS, compares to the Brewers 1.
Well, don't let Furcal's size fool you, because he's got a big bat at the plate. I mean, as far as length, he's got one of the bigger bats for a leadoff hitter, and he can. I've seen him do that a few times.
Furcal has done that a lot to Milwaukee this year. Hit 8 home runs during the regular season.
John, you were talking about that bat of Furcal. Most major league hitters 34 inches to 34.5 inches. His closer to 36.
Well, what a start for the Cardinals. Loving every minute of it in that visitor's dugout. Full count. Jay takes a call at strike 3. Narveson strikes out the side, but St. Louis is banging away at Miller Park tonight. Another home run. 5-1 Cardinals. Goodyear, everything Goodyear has learned, making tires that go the distance, inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Back at Miller Park, roof is closed up tight tonight. And the Cardinals with a 5-1 lead as we go to the bottom of the second inning. A lot of damage early. Sean Markham pitched the first inning. Chris Narveson came on to work the second, gave up a home run, 2 for call. Now Ricky Weeks leading off against Edwin Jackson. The Brewers got a home run from Corey Hart in the bottom of the first. That one's hit well to left. Matt Holliday looks up. There it goes. Home run derby at Miller Park in the early going. Each team with 2 apiece.
Pitch over the middle of the plate, and this park and this team, both these teams will make you pay as a pitcher if you don't get the ball down at the knees. What you've got to do for Milwaukee is try to not pay attention to the scoreboard as much as have great at-bats. This was a great at-bat. Work the pitcher's count, swing at the pitches you want to swing at, not the pitches the pitcher wants you to swing at.
Include the postseason, Milwaukee has 61 wins here. They play their best ball here.
Jerry Hairston Jr. takes a strike from Jackson. Ricky Weeks with his second home run, both coming against Edwin Jackson. His last 2 at-bats against Edwin Jackson have been home runs. Hit a 2-run shot off of Jackson in game 2. Jerry Hairston is having a good series. He is 7 for 19 at the plate. And one of the more consistent hitters the Brewers have had, both home and road. Well, what a start to this game tonight. Game 6. Four home runs already. As Hairston cannot check his swing. And a ball and 2 strikes on the Brewer third baseman. Hairston's father, Jerry Sr., hitting instructor with the Chicago White Sox, former White Sox player, and he played for Tony La Russa. Jerry said he remembers as a kid being the one running around the clubhouse, antagonizing the young White Sox manager, Tony La Russa. La Russa now in his 33rd season as a big league skipper. Two and two to Hairston. And a dive for call to his feet. Throw to first. Hairston is in there. And might have hurt himself. Clutching at his shoulder. Hairston goes head first to avoid the high throw. And is down in a heap. It'll go as an infield hit. And now we will wait and watch to see if Hairston will be able to stay in this game.
Well, for whatever reason, it's so hard. It must be hard for players to tell themselves in that play to slide feet first. A lot of guys go in head first, and this one mainly to do, Ron, because of the throw.
Well, he doesn't want Pujols to be able to slap him on the helmet with the tag, so he goes down low and lands hard as that shoulder goes right into the first base bag, almost a leap into the base. He senses a hit, he sees Pujols, and then goes through the bag. Not only his shoulder, but maybe his hand, which snapped across that bag, his left hand.
Well, Hairston is going to stay in this game. The athletic trainer's back to the dugout. He has talked his way in, so he will continue. That is his throwing arm as well, so we'll keep an eye on Hairston defensively for the remainder of this game. He's rolled over that right arm, but he will stay. An infield hit, back-to-back hits to start the inning for Milwaukee. And here is Yuniesky Betancourt.
A little leap, falling hard on that left shoulder, scraping the left hand across the bag.
Edwin Jackson has already given up 3 hits. 2 home runs at this point. And a breaking ball against Betancourt. Uni Betancourt, first-year shortstop of the Milwaukee Brewers, came over in the trade with Zach Greinke. 7 for 20 during this league championship series. He's had a nice run in the postseason. Has a home run.
St. Louis are jumping on top here, 5-2. Brewers are fighting to get back in this game. Remember, Edwin Jackson had a start here on August 3rd. In 7 innings, he gave up 14 hits and 10 runs. So he doesn't have great memories pitching here, and the Brewers have great memories hitting against him here.
That was a day Tony La Russa's bullpen was shot, and Jackson had to just stay out there. He kept asking him if he could continue. An ERA buster against Milwaukee that day, but he's had some success against the Brewers as well. Tony La Russa mentioned a little bit of concern with Jackson and the fact that he has pitched against Milwaukee so much since coming over in that trade. 5 times he has matched up against the Brewers, including the postseason, and that has all come since late July. Jackson's second start as a Cardinal was against Milwaukee. Betancourt pops it up. David Freese in foul territory. And there is the first out. I saw an impressive offensive display yesterday from the Texas Rangers as they took care of the Detroit Tigers. Congratulations to Ron Washington, John Daniels, Nolan Ryan, and their staff as they head to the World Series for the 2nd consecutive year. Now we had a chance to cover the Tigers and the Yankees. Terrific season by the Detroit Tigers as well, coming up short. Tony La Russa said he talked to Jim Leland. They've been talking every day during this postseason. Tigers a great effort, but the Rangers are moving on, and now they await the winner of this series.
Your reward for getting through this series, you got to pitch against that lineup with Nelson Cruz, the 7th place hitter.
Cruz was named the MVP of the ALCS. He's been a big-time postseason performer. Lucroy takes one in the dirt. 2-0 on Jonathan Lucroy. Milwaukee has the pitcher spot coming up next. Narveson, a good hitting pitcher, is in the on-deck circle. You wonder, though, if Lucroy gets on somehow, if Renicky will make another change. They got 1 inning out of Markham.
You mentioned that game that he had against the Brewers, and he changed his delivery after that game. Every pitcher's nightmare is feeling like maybe you're tipping your pitches. So he stopped going over his head. They made a change to try and maybe stay away from if the Brewers were picking up his pitches. So constant adjustments by pitchers, not only in game but after game sometimes. And the results were pretty bad.
And I think Duncan and his staff that work with the pitchers are as good as any in baseball at identifying their own pitchers tipping whether they're throwing a breaking ball or a fastball.
Jackson down the count, 3-1 to Lucroy. And that one's into left center field. That ball's well hit. And that one is going to go! Jonathan Lucroy with a 2-run home run. The Brewers are right back in it. 5-4 St. Louis.
Just fastball right down the middle and down. Lucroy has good power. Line drive that gets out of here in a hurry. This is the launching pad here in Milwaukee.
Five-year-old catcher Jonathan Lucroy gets them back on their feet at Miller Park. At 12 home runs during the regular season. The Brewers get a 2-run home run out of the 8th spot of their batting order. And as that ball sailed out, the Brewers bullpen got quiet, and now Chris Narveson is going to be able to hit for himself here. No change necessary for Ron Renicky.
You know, early on, it just hasn't been a life on his fastball. It's almost been the fastball in the strike zone, and he doesn't have that extra giddy up. And then, of course, that affects his slider. But they've taken advantage over a lot of pitches over the middle of the plate that are not beating the barrel of the bat at all.
Narveson is a very good hitting pitcher. Hit over 300 last year. And he takes a strike, 1-2 on Chris Narveson. Narveson hit 163 during the regular season this season. Drove in 5 runs, had a couple of doubles. Biggest hit of Jonathan Lucroy's career to date. Two and two on Narveson. Slaps it foul. 5 home runs already in this game. We're only in the 2nd inning. Our pitchers up here a little gun shy right now. Ron Darling and John Smoltz. You guys okay?
Well, not really.
A little flashback, you're right. They just don't panic here, the Brewers. They know they play well. They know they're going to score runs. They know they can pop the ball out of the ballpark. I mean, they had to be shocked to give up those 4 runs in the first, but they've done it here all season long.
Big swing and a miss. Narveson down on strikes. Take it back to the home run by Lucroy.
I just think what John was saying about Jackson is true. When he throws that 4-seamer, it doesn't have a lot of movement on it. It's pretty true and straight, and you can see the excitement of Lucroy. Knew it right away.
The most home runs combined in a league championship series, 7. It's happened on 3 occasions. The Marlins in 03, the Mets in 06, and the Phillies did it in 09. We've had 5 already, and a lot of baseball to be played.
Well,
two more, and we'll put the names on the list once again. Hart slicing one foul. Corey Hart has one of the 3 Milwaukee home runs. He homered in the first inning against Edwin Jackson. This is how the Brewers' day offensively began. Cal Ripken was talking about Corey Hart in the matchup with Edwin Jackson in our pregame show today, the On Deck Show, and responded right out of the gates.
Well, one of the things that hasn't happened since Game 1, Game 1 had the issued warning. There really hasn't been enough uncomfortable at bats, whether it's the stuff of the pitchers or the fact that you're having an effective inside pitch to take away a certain part of the plate and add to the other side of the plate. Just like every hitter's real comfortable, and that's one thing that, from a pitcher standpoint, if you don't have the stuff that's going to make them uncomfortable, you better be able to push them back, go back and forth, up and down with location.
Now we welcome you from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. If you're picking us up, Game 6 of the National League Championship Series. A jam-packed ballpark. Roof is closed tonight. It is loud in here. Brian Anderson with Ron Darling, John Smoltz, Craig Sager. Hart breaks his bat. Little flare, long run, and Bergman lays out, and he makes the catch. Lance Bergman. A diving catch to end the inning. But a productive inning for Milwaukee. Week started at a solo shot. Jonathan Lucroy brings the Brewers within a run. Cardinals in May. No, here's the best of the game, brought to you by the Audi A8. Most postseason wins since '96. Only the Yankees with more than the St. Louis Cardinals. The Tony La Russa-led St. Louis Cardinals. 45 victories in the postseason. Tony La Russa has been to the World Series 5 times. While the Cardinals, as a franchise, 10 World Series titles. They've won 17 National League pennants. That is what is on the line here tonight for St. Louis. With one more win, they advance. Chris Narveson back on the mound. He starts his second inning of work. Gave up a home run, 2 for call in the second. Albert Pujols leads off. He'll be followed by Berkman, then Matt Holliday. Narveson has had his moments against St. Louis during the regular year. Back in June, he went 8 shutout innings against the Cardinals. He was the winning pitcher here at Miller Park against St. Louis. A big-time postseason performer, Albert Pujols. He performs no matter what the stage. 9 for 19 in this series, with a home run and 7 runs batted in. 5 of those came in one game. And 5 RBIs in game 2, and a 4-hit game for Albert Pujols.
You know, he's 9 for 19, but you see that shift with Weeks up the middle. He's had 2 hits taken away by that shift so far.
Full count to Pujols, starting the 3rd inning. Chased one.
Well, you know it's been an amazing series when you and pitchers have not had their way, but Narveson leads the Brewers staff with strikeouts. You would never, in this series, you would never predict that could have been the situation.
And that's with 1 inning. He struck out the side of the second.
No.
Pujols lines one deep to left, and there goes another home run. Albert Pujols goes deep, gets into the act. 6-4 St. Louis. The 6th home run of the ball game as Pujols belts his 2nd of this series.
Well, occasionally when you watch Albert Pujols, when you throw that high pitch high in the strike zone, it's almost fence high for him. He just dropped the head of the bat on it, and it gets out of here quickly.
The outs are down with Pujols. You've got to get it down. You're not going to get away with it up.
Here's Lance Berkman. And on the first pitch, a hot one. What a play by Weeks. Can he finish it off? He can. Wow. Ricky Weeks on the backhand, a spinning throw to first for the out. Berkman retired.
Already some better defensive plays for the Milwaukee Brewers. Betancourt in the 1st inning, and here up the middle. The nice dive, the pick as that came up on Ricky, and then took his time to get that out at first base. Playing up the middle is really what made the play. The charts got Berkman on that hard ground ball.
And the first out of the 3rd inning as Berkman is robbed of a hit. Here is Matt Holliday.
All series I've been talking about shutdown innings. I ain't talking about it anymore.
There's no such thing tonight.
It isn't. It's not happening.
No zeros on the board. Runs have been scored in every frame so far today as Holliday bangs one through the hole. Matt Holliday with another hit. Well, he is really starting to come on at the plate just in time for the Cardinals. Now 9 hits in this series.
Well, coming into tonight's game, the starters ERA in the League Championship Series, Detroit had a 5.35, St. Louis 6.04, Milwaukee 6.18, and Texas, which is in the World Series, 6.59 by their starters.
Who says pitching and defense wins you championships?
I don't know. Unheard of numbers for the postseason.
Holliday at first for David Freese. Nobody has had an answer for David Freese. A 3-run home run in the 1st inning, giving the Cardinals the 4-0 lead before the Brewers came to the plate.
Whatever book the Brewers have on Freese, it needs to be shredded immediately.
A 10-game postseason hitting streak for Freese. Doing a lot of damage as well with that hitting streak. Extra base hits, home runs. That home run by Freese in the first inning, his third of this league championship series. He's hit 4 in the postseason. And like Nelson Cruz of the Rangers, he's doing this damage from the bottom of the order, 7th or 6th. His first home run against Zach Greinke, a 3-run shot, and he drove one over the fence in right field at Miller Park. And then tonight, a 3-run home run with 2 outs in the first inning. A lot of traffic on when Freese has been at the plate, and he's responded.
Well, I can't tell for sure, but I think Cal's getting his glove on where our studio guys are. They're not in a safe place the way this game's going.
There they are.
They might get one tonight.
They're being chased around a little bit during batting practice. Looks like a drum kit, like a Neil Peart drum kit up there, right? Like expected a rock concert. Good look. See where Freese ranks most runs batted in a single postseason. He's already at 14, tied with Pujols, with a lot of baseball to play yet. What a thrill for him it must be. Craig Sager had the report on David Freese a couple of days ago, earlier in their series. The hometown kid who quit the game, burned out by baseball, came back, was signed by the Padres, eventually traded to his hometown Cardinals. He was involved in the Jim Edmonds trade that brought him to St. Louis. Been battling injuries the last couple of years, but now he's healthy and leaving his mark.
We've done everything by the pitchers. John, you were mentioning it before, as middle of the plate away, or they're trying to bury some changeups or curveballs in the dirt. Not one fastball in called, not one fastball in off the plate to push the hitter away. It's really just half the plate that these hitters have to cover, and that's why we've had 10 runs early.
LaCroix wants a changeup. Freese, did he go? They will ask. No, he didn't, says Gary Darling. And it goes full, 3-2.
Well, Freese is a big, strong, young kid. I don't think he's had a swing on that. Big check swing in last night's game between Texas and Detroit. Nelson Cruz.
We'll see if the Cardinals have Holiday in motion here. Freese was a bit of an unknown. They knew his talent, certainly his prospect status, but had ankle surgery last year in late June, and he was out the rest of the season. Came back this year. He fractured his left hand in May, missed 2 months, didn't return until late June. That one's hit well, right field. That is way back there. Hart going back. He looks up, and it is down in the corner. An extra base hit for Freese. Holiday will stop at third. Another extra base hit. David Freese doubles down the right field corner, and the Cardinals have him at second and third with 1 out.
We are seeing a clinic on how to hit, foul off your pitches that the pitchers make and get one you like and go where the pitch is at. And that's exactly what these Cardinal hitters have done. And every time the ball goes in the air, you got to hold your breath thinking it might be gone. And that one was a few feet from another home run.
So much power, pole to pole power as they call it. And with a base open at first, Yadier Molina will be intentionally walked.
This is a good play by Ron Renicky. He's got to somehow try to get out of this inning by getting Punto to hit into a double play. But he's got the 8th place hitter, the pitcher's spot in the order. Molina's been one of the best hitters all championship series long. So good move by Ron.
Ron Renicky was talking to us about some of the impact hitters in this Cardinal lineup, and one of the first names he brought up was Molina, who he says has taken the best at-bats in this series against the Brewers. Even though Freese has the numbers, he says Molina is the guy offensively that has turned the lineup over, and he's seen a lot of pitches. So a manager doesn't like to intentionally walk many batters, puts a man on.
You know, when you think about the home run that Albert Pujols hit here earlier, the one thing about his swing is that he tries to keep his angle of his shoulders straight. And what he does is that instead of, you hear a lot of hitters say, want to square up the baseball. He's got those high elbows. He just drops that bat on the ball. His approach is to get directly to the baseball. So he has that high bat, drops it right high in the zone. And as John said, a little more difficult for him to get that head of the bat on the ball when it's down in the strike zone.
Well, you know, the best way to hit a high fastball is to actually hit down on it. Doesn't seem possible, but that's what Pujols does better than most. A lot of guys would follow that back or maybe pop it in the air, but he just has that leverage and the mechanics that you're talking about that feast off of high pitches.
McGuire earlier this year, well, this is his second year, as you see Ron Renicky talking to the home plate umpire. In his second year as the hitting coach for St. Louis, Tony La Russa has said the best thing that he does is that he remembers that it was hard to hit the baseball, although some seasons it wasn't for McGuire, and that he is good not only with the mechanical parts of the swing, but also very, very good in understanding his hitters.
A bit of a delay right there. Jerry Hairston Jr. had gone back into the dugout, and that's why there was a hold up as the meeting of the mound is concluded. And a big spot right here. Nick Punto at the plate, bases loaded, one away for the Cardinals. A run is in, and Punto lifts one in the air to right. Holiday the runner at third. Here comes Corey Hart, and the throw comes all the way in. A play, the tag late. Holiday scores. Nick Punto executes a sacrifice fly at an RBI, and the Cardinals are up 7-4.
In a game that looks like it's going to see a lot of scoring, nice at bat by Punto to get the runner in, but it's another throw by the outfield of Milwaukee that's over the head of the cutoff man. This is pretty deep. The chances of getting him in home are not very good. Make sure you hit the cutoff man. You can get the guy at second base. Way over the head of Prince Fielder. Good slide by Holiday. Good call by the home plate umpire.
2 runs are in, 7-4 now, and Edwin Jackson, his night is over. The Cardinals starter is out. He'll be lifted for a pinch hitter, Alan Craig, and that means Ron Renicky is on his way to the mound. So a pitching change coming up for Milwaukee. Markham started, went 1 inning, gave up 4 runs. Arvidsson goes an inning and 2/3. It's going to be that kind of night. Beware pitchers as we take a break. Championship Series 7-4 Cardinals, and they are threatening still here in the third inning. And a reminder, you can catch all the action of the 2011 Major League Baseball World Series beginning Wednesday, October 19th. Join the World Series debate at MLBFancave.com and follow the action on Twitter with the hashtag World Series. Legends are born in October. We check in with Craig Sager down below. Craig?
We're talking about how the bullpen is always ready from the first inning in a game like this. I talked to Alan Craig before the game. I said, are you prepared to go into the game, and if so, when? He goes, listen, I can play about 6 different positions. I can pinch hit. I come to the ballpark every day with every glove ready for whatever position, do whatever it takes. He goes, you never take my job for granted. I have to work hard at it every day. And he said, I'm just happy to be here, and I will be ready.
And he is ready early tonight. He's pinch hitting in the third inning, Alan Craig. Infielder converted to the outfield. But still a versatile piece for Tony La Russa. Second and third, 2 away. LaTroy Hawkins is the new pitcher. And a monumental at bat here for Hawkins with 2 away.
John, you said pitch the first inning like to save. There's a save in every inning here so far for the Brewers. Much needed that Hawkins gets this out.
Yeah, this would be a backbreaker for as much as Milwaukee has rallied. The crowd's still kind of in it. This would definitely, there's plenty of time for Milwaukee, but this would be a blow I don't know that they could come back from.
Brewers got a 2-run home run from Jonathan Lucroy in the second. Scored 3 runs in the second inning to pull within a run. Cardinals have answered with 2 more here in the third and threatening for more. LaTroy Hawkins, a pitcher that normally works in the late innings, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, and 8th innings. Here he is in the third. And he was warming up in the first inning. David Freese, he doubled. He's now at third base. Molina at second. Big bouncer, and that's going to sneak through for a base hit. 2 more runs will score. The Cardinals keep the pressure on. 9-4 St. Louis as the pinch hitter Craig delivers with 2 RBIs.
Well, this simply is just a chopper up the middle where it just gets in between the fielders, and you can just feel again the air just being sucked out of this dome. Now 5 runs down.
And the Cardinals still at it. Here's Rafael Furcal. Another chopper over is Ricky Weeks. Flips to Betancourt for the out. Inning over. The Cardinals with a big answer, and it starts with an Albert Pujols home run. 9-4. We go to the bottom of the third. National League Championship Series coverage on TBS is presented by the new Capital One Cash Card. Cool night in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And the St. Louis Cardinals have come in here to Miller Park, and they have put the pedal down against the Brewers. 9-4 is our score. 2 4-run innings already. A lot of baseball to be played. You never know the way this game is going. The Milwaukee Brewers can bang with the best of them. A run scored in each of the first 5 half innings tonight. Ties a postseason record. And you got to go all the way back to 1910. The Athletics and the Cubs, the Philadelphia Athletics and the Chicago Cubs. That was game 3. Remember that one, John?
Well, I was going to say a little asterisk on that game. They left their field. They left their gloves on the field,
right?
You know,
and the horses. Fernando Salas is the new Cardinal pitcher, facing Nigel Morgan to start the third. More offensive history made tonight. The Cardinals, the first team to score first in each of the first 6 games of a postseason series. No team has ever done that. And the Cardinals have been able to turn that trick against the Brewers in this series.
Well, Salas is the right guy to have in there for the Cardinals. He's a guy that, although he was their closer for a good part of the summer, throws 3 pitches over for strikes, a guy who will change speeds, a guy who usually keeps the ball in the ballpark. This was a regular season game, John. These are the games that, as a reliever, you don't want to be in. Doesn't seem like anyone has a chance.
Salas pitched in game 4 and a scoreless inning in game 4. That was back on Thursday, so he's had a few days rest. As Morgan swings and misses, down he goes on strikes. And the first batter retired for the first time for a Cardinal pitcher. Most relief appearances through the first 6 games. This is in a 7-game postseason series. The Cardinals inching their way towards the 2004 Boston Red Sox, the world champions that year in 04, defeating the Cardinals in the World Series.
They're going to at least tie that tonight.
Salas has been the Cardinals closer this year. Now working in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Edwin Jackson goes 2, gives up 4 runs to Milwaukee. Braun was a strikeout victim in the first. There's the current Cardinal closer. And boy, has he had a good series. Jason Mott. Pop up. Shallow center, long run for Jay. And he and Bergman collide. It's Jay who makes the catch for out number 2.
No harm, no foul when you make the catch, but a dangerous play here. John Jay looked like he was yelling for the baseball, but Bergman got in the way.
They probably had no trouble hearing each other, as quiet as it is inside Miller Park. Now Prince Fielder with 2 away. Fielder, a free agent at season's end, and much talked about free agency. Brewers are hoping there is more baseball here this year, but Fielder perhaps winding down his career as a Milwaukee Brewer. Don't know how things will go in the offseason. Doug Melvin, the Brewers general manager, said he would love for the Brewers to go to the World Series, win the World Series, and turn the card on Fielder, have a chance to re-sign him and keep him in Milwaukee. It'll be a very interesting offseason with the two first basemen in this series, Albert Pujols and Prince Fielder. Two guys you have a hard time imagining in uniforms other than the ones they're wearing. More so with Pujols.
One thing about La Russa, he manages every single part of every single game. He is into every single pitch, and that's his reaction when the two outfielders almost collided.
He loves postseason baseball because he is in it from pitch one, as he is in the regular season. But there are certain things you do in the regular season you would never do in the postseason, like what we've seen from La Russa and how he's handled his bullpen.
Well, you see all the great numbers for Tony, but the one thing about him is that he just has such an attention to detail about every little thing about his ball club, about the other ball club, and tries to exploit those if he can within the framework of 9-inning game.
Fielder lifts one high in the air, right center. Long run for John Jay at the wall, and he's got it. John Jay pulls one back. And that is a 1-2-3 inning, the first 0 of the night. And it's Salas who puts up that 0. 9-4 Cardinals. As the Cardinals lead at 9-4.
One thing you never want to see, yet alone in a game 6, is that scoreboard right there is dialed up an area code, and unfortunately that area code is Milwaukee 414. Going to have to not turn it into a phone number and put a bunch of zeros after that.
Yeah. 414. Very good, John. The Milwaukee area code, and the Brewers, with a run in the bottom of the first, they got 3 in the second to make it a 1-run game again. Cardinals had a quick answer. John Jay leads off. He'll be followed by Pujols and then Berkman. heavy hitting Cardinals. Already 9 runs, 8 hits in this game. Troy Hawkins, who gave up a 2 RBI single to Alan Craig in his first batter coming out of the pen, did retire for call to end the inning. Jay has a hit tonight. He is 1 for 2. Singled, stole a base, and scored a run in the first.
Jay with the attempt at the bunt there. That is still a good play here in this ballpark where the ball's flying out. Still want to keep putting on runs if you're the Cardinals.
Well, it's a series that brings 2 Miami Hurricanes back together. John Jay and Ryan Braun played together at the University of Miami. Fierce rivals, the Cardinals and the Brewers, but there are a few connections with these 2 teams. Does that mean if there was a bench clearing brawl, these are the 2 guys that would come together and, you know, give a good give a good performance?
Or, yeah, give a good fake and kind of jostle around and make sure that they wouldn't hurt each other?
I'll bury my face in your back.
I know those base clearing brawls. There's usually can't even recognize people out there. You're just going and trying not to get injured.
Jay draws the walk. And a base runner for the Cardinals to start it. John Jay and Ryan Braun played together in the mid-90s at Miami, and it was a team that also featured Chris Perez of the Indians. Danny Valencia was on that team. A couple of Canes at the U. John Jay was just coming in. Ryan Braun was on his way out, 2003 to 2005. Jay was there until 06. Interesting, Braun was a shortstop in college. Eventually moved to third base, drafted as a third baseman, now has turned into one of the elite players in the game as a left fielder. Albert Pujols with John Jay at first. Popped him up. Fielder, foul territory. For a crowd who is dying to cheer about something, a pop-up from Albert Pujols will do for now.
Well, they finally retired him. It was very interesting that was the same kind of pitch that he hit the home run off Narveson. The difference is Hawkins has about 5 to 6 miles an hour more than Narveson, so able to just beat the swing of Albert Pujols.
So 1 away, and Lance Berkman now. He rips one right to Ricky Weeks, and there's a double play. A line shot by Berkman. And the Brewers put up their first 0 of the night. Prepare for nerd domination. Don't miss the Big Bang Theory. That applies to our game tonight. All new to TBS Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights starting this Tuesday, the Big Bang Theory.
When you were punishing yourself down in the minor leagues, Brian, and traveling from here to there, did you ever think that you get hit the big time, you could say nerd domination at some point?
9 years honing those skills in the old Texas League for that moment. How'd it come out?
Good, outstanding.
It's appropriate for me, actually.
I think you're getting better every day, to tell you the truth.
Ricky Weeks starts it off. 9-4 Cardinals. Weeks, Hairston, and Betancourt, the first three up against Fernando Salas, who brought some sense to this game with a 3-up, 3-down third inning. Ricky Weeks, his last time up, led off the second inning with a boomer. This was Ricky Weeks' second home run and his second home run off Edwin Jackson.
Fastballs that were not having many effect for Edwin Jackson. That's why his night was short.
Big bouncer out to short for Call. Winds it up and throws Weeks out. Well, moments ago, we spent a little time with Cardinals manager Tony La Russa. Tony, you have managed in 121 career postseason games. You ever seen anything like this game and this series so far between these two teams?
No, not really. It's so unusual because you don't get here without good starting pitchers, and just a freak thing. It's really not fun to do this to starting pitcher on either side. I mean, they've gotten you here, both of our clubs, and to struggle like this is tough to watch, but that's the way the game's being played.
Tony, many people might think this was part of your formula, but really you've just had to react to each game and adjust accordingly.
Yeah, nobody can figure anything out about this game, and what you figure, if you get here, your starting pitcher's going to get you to the last third, but you got to watch, and if all of a sudden stuff's not right, you make a change. But that was really tough for Edwin because he's been great for us, and they were on everything.
And we appreciate Tony La Russa giving us a few moments between innings. It has to be a little unnerving. I'm sure Tony, and I know he is. I know he's pleased that the Cardinals are up 3-2. He has a lead in this game. He is a win away from a World Series, but his starting pitching has not been good. And if the Cardinals do in fact go on and advance to the World Series, you could say the same for the Brewers. There is major concern going in to play the Texas Rangers in the World Series and how you're going to get through that series.
If you're not on top of your game as a starting pitcher, you're going to have a hard time getting through that. The depth of that lineup for Texas.
It's been a year that's been so unpredictable. The best pitching in baseball is sitting at home.
That one's hit well down the left field line. Hairston in the corner. That is a fair ball. Hairston on his way to second and is in there with a double. Jerry Hairston, a base hit for the Brewers. He is 2 for 2. First hit against Fernando Salas.
Well, this whole series long, Jerry Hairston Jr. has probably been the most impressive Brewer. Great at bats, ability to hit that slider down the line. Playing today a little hurt after jamming his shoulder. Mental toughness at the plate and on the field.
Hairston is now 9 for 21 at the plate and has 4 doubles among those 9 hits. Well, the Brewers must cash in on every opportunity from here on out. And the one thing that you cannot do as an offense is try to go up there and hit 6-run home runs all night.
Well, I think the problem for the Brewers offense is that they've always played this behind. We're in the 4th inning now, but in the first 3 innings of any of these games, St. Louis has outscored them 23-9. So you're always playing catch up.
But to your point, Brian, you could argue that the Brewers hitters have been more off balance and trying to go deep more often than the St. Louis Cardinals, who have gotten a lot more hits. Certainly they've hit some home runs, but you just need base runners anyway, anyhow. And if you keep trying to hit that 4-run homer, which doesn't exist, you got to get base hits and keep rallies alive, and hopefully somebody runs one in over the fence when there's a few guys on.
Well, and the bigger problem, your pitchers have to put up zeros from now on in.
They swing at a foul tip by Betancourt. You saw Cameron Lowe loosening for Milwaukee. The pitcher spot in the batting order is down in the hold right now. I don't think you'll see a pitcher hit anymore in this game for Ron Renicky. Not 5 runs down. Not exactly a 2-strike approach from Uni Betancourt. He was swinging from the heels with Hairston at second base. That one's hit hard down the line, and it is a fair ball. It goes to the wall. Hairston will score, and Betancourt trades places with him at second base. 9-5 Cardinals, and the Brewers are alive.
Well, just trying to come inside with that. Looked like it was a changeup from Salas over the middle of the plate. Betancourt has been a guy that when you get ahead of him, you want to really bounce some breaking balls, and he usually swings over the top of them, but Salas going after him over the middle of the plate.
Back-to-back doubles from the 6th and 7th place hitters. And now it'll be Jonathan Lucroy, who hit a 2-run homer in the 2nd inning to bring Milwaukee within a run.
That's probably the best pitched home run of the night. It was down, he went down and got it and crushed it.
You know, there's been a lot of home runs when you can start analyzing the pitches that the home runs were hit off of. 6 of them in this game already. Casey McGee is on deck. A power hitter for Milwaukee. Just 1 out. Betancourt at second base. And another spinner in there for a strike. Ball and 2 strikes on the Brewer catcher. Tony La Russa said it best. This is not fun. This is not fun for a manager or a pitching coach. A lot of decisions yet to be made on the way to the finish line to this one. 10 players have RBIs already tonight. 10 different players are on the board with ribbies.
Right now, every Milwaukee hitter's got to have a theme. Find a way, battle, scratch your way back into this game. There is plenty of time as long as you can keep that number at 9 there for a while.
It's almost like you have to take the attitude, I'm not making the next out. That's how you have to think going up there. I'm going to put a good at bat. I'm going to try to keep the line moving. The ball's flying out of here. Maybe we'll get one of our big guys to hit one out and get us closer. But don't make the next out. Pass the baton.
Crowd chanting for Lucroy. And Molina wants to start over with the signals. Runner at second with 1 away. And a 1-2. Lucroy, a little half swing, and he goes, says Gary Darling. Unable to check that swing, and there is out number 2.
Lucroy was trying to hold that bat back, but he lost his balance. And sometimes when you see a hitter lose his balance and come across the plate, that makes it an easier call for the first base umpire.
Tigers fans wanting that call all over again from last night against Nelson Cruz. And Lucroy is out. That's a big strikeout for Salas. Second out of the inning. That is his second strikeout. And it's going to be Casey McGee off the Brewer bench. A pinch hit. And Troy Hawkins is out. Back to the bullpen goes Milwaukee next inning.
A guy that loves the fastball has a little trouble with that pitch right there. See if he can work the count in his favor and sit on one.
McGee had a 3-home run game against the Cardinals during the regular season. All 3 of those home runs came against Edwin Jackson. A down season for Casey McGee after leading the Brewers in RBIs last year. His playing time has been cut short because of the success of Jerry Hairston. 3 in a row from Salas, and it's 2-1.
That's usually the kind of pitching you see in the postseason. Those 2-0 sliders for strikes.
McGee has big power to the opposite field. And now it goes 3-1. You got the top of the order coming up next.
Well, this should be the best pitch he's going to see.
He walked him. Casey McGee draws the walk off the bench. 2 on for Milwaukee with 2 away. Back to the top. Here comes Corey Hart. If Salas cannot get through this 4th inning, he's probably a hitter away from coming out, maybe 2 hitters. As you see Dave Duncan, again, it changes things for the rest of the way for St. Louis and their bullpen. They're already deep into their late inning relievers, and we're only in the 4th.
Well, usually you want your pitchers to give you a good inning out of the bullpen. Tonight it might be just a good out or a good batter or 2.
Tony La Russa goes to the phone. Zepchinski is the left-hander warming up. You've got a left-handed hitter coming up next in Nigel Morgan.
Well, this is where it really works in your favor for the Milwaukee Brewers to have a power hitter who's sitting in your leadoff spot. Now comes up in a big RBI situation. Another big chance for Milwaukee to get back in this game.
This Cardinal bullpen has logged a lot of innings in this series. Here's Corey Hart, 2 away, 2 on. Hart has the only 2-out RBI for Milwaukee in the series, while the Cardinals have driven in 15 runs with 2 outs. The lone run for Milwaukee was a Corey Hart single in St. Louis. On the corner, a strike. Count even to the ball, and a strike on Corey Hart. And now the pitch that can change an at bat. Does he go 2-1 or get ahead of him 1-2? 2-1 it is. A long ball here. It is a 1-run game. Salas trying to give up just 1. 3 balls and a strike.
Well, this is some of the things that the Brewer hitters were not doing against the relievers in this series, putting stress on them, letting themselves possibly get themselves into a hitter counts, and let's see if he can take advantage of it right here. 3-1 count.
Just hits the corner for a strike.
3-1 changeup. He's thrown a 2-0 slider or a 3-run changeup. Can you finish him off? This is really where the hometown crowd, your record here, you know, if you were playing and you didn't have this, it'd be real hard to come back. But these fans are into it, and they're imploring their team to come back.
It has been a season of comebacks for Milwaukee as well. The Cardinals had a great comeback to get into the postseason. Brewers off to a rough start, but they're here, the best record in the division. Runners go, and a swing and a foul back. Hart had a good cut. Count remains full, 3-2.
That was a great pitch. There's some doubt, I'm sure, in Hart's mind. He went 3-1 changeup. He tried to get him to bite on some sliders. Tried to paint that one fastball that was maybe questioned by Hart on the outside part of the plate where there is some leniency. Great pitch. Great job by Hart to foul off a pitcher's pitch.
Not much inside in this inning by Salas. Hart, an opposite field hitter. That's where most of his power lies. Runners take off, and Hart fouls it back. Look at the cluster of pitches all on the outer half and away from Corey Hart.
Well, they got away with a hanging changeup right there. That indecision maybe.
.42 pitches for Salas, a guy who has been used often in this series. Another 3-2. There they go, and a swing and a miss. Salas strikes out Corey Hart. A big out for the Cardinals. The Brewers get a run. 9-5 St. Louis. Here at Miller Park, Milwaukee, it is 9-5 Cardinals, game 6 of this NLCS. And another pitcher is on the mound for the Brewers. Facing Matt Holliday, it is Cameron Lowe. The 4th pitcher already for Milwaukee as we play in the 5th inning. Markham, Narveson, Hawkins, and now Lowe. And a base hit to right. Another leadoff hitter aboard for St. Louis. Now, moments ago, we spent a little time with Brewers manager Ron Renicky. Oh, Ron, Tony La Russa mentioned this is no fun for a manager. And in your first postseason, what is the way back in your mind for the Milwaukee Brewers tonight?
Well, it's certainly not the way we expected it to go. It's just tough on the starting pitching and who to bring in. Offensively, we're doing a nice job. So hopefully we keep it up and are able to come back here.
You know, Ron, it's a shame for Sean Markham. He's been one of your horses all season long. Had a great year and just a tough start tonight.
Sure was. I expected good things from him. So did he. Prepared well for it. And boy, that's just the way the things are going in the first inning for us. It's been tough.
And our thanks to Ron Renicky joining us between innings, the Brewer manager, trying to navigate somehow, some way through this game. Cameron Lowe making his 5th appearance. David Freese with Holiday at first.
Well, we mentioned in the open, and it didn't really come to fruition when we're talking about redemption. This is going to be redemption time for a lot of pitchers. Well, I think Lowe fits into that category. 1 1/3 innings, 9 hits. He'd like to do a little better than that and certainly try to get his team through an inning or two. Keep that 9 runs.
There's another base hit. David Freese just keeps racking them up. And it's bobbled by Hart, and Holiday on his way to third base. Another error. Brewers committed 4 errors in Game 5, and an error here allows Holiday to third base. Back-to-back hits. Cardinals threatening again.
Well, first, taking advantage of this hole. They've played weeks up the middle the entire series. The Cardinal hitters have been going that way with it, and this is just kind of a play where Hart looks up to see if Holiday's running, loses where the baseball is. Kind of the nonchalant play of things that can kill you in games like this.
Well, now the Brewers forced to back their infield up to try to turn 2 with nobody out, which will allow another run to score. That presents a tough call as well. You try to cut off the run, you might open yourself up to another big inning, which might be a knockout punch at this point. 7 errors in the series for the Brewers. The record is 8. Last time it was done, the '99 Mets against John Smoltz's Braves.
Sometimes you're forced into defensive positioning because of the pitcher you have on the mound. His strength is getting ground balls. It's getting double plays. That's the best way that you're going to have to try to get through this inning without giving up tons of runs.
Bouncing ball. Hairston off his glove. Shovels it to second, not in time. The ball gets away. A run is in. And everyone will advance. 2 errors on this play potentially for Jerry Hairston Jr. 10-5 Cardinals, 2nd and 3rd now.
Well, after coming off one of their toughest defensive games of 4 errors in the last game, this ball just not looked into the glove by Hairston. Should have been a double play ball, then not secured by Weeks on a fancy kind of play that was never going to get the runner anyways. Freese advances. Molina, the catcher with great hustle, advances to second.
Already an error in this inning by Corey Hart that allowed the runner to third. That run scores Matt Holliday. And 2 errors issued to Jerry Hairston there. As Rick Kranitz out for a pep talk with Cameron Lowe. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything Goodyear has learned making tires that go the distance inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. So Molina will be given credit for an RBI. Ends up at second base, and that expression tells it all for Brewers fans here in Milwaukee. Infield is in now as Punto slaps it foul. Punto drove in a run in the third inning, had a sac fly. Ron Renicky, a stickler for fundamentals, a guy who spent 11 years with the Angels under Mike Scioscia as his third base coach, and then ultimately his bench coach. Has to be turning over inside watching this the last couple of games for Milwaukee.
You know, it's hard to talk about things that you can get better at when you're a team that won 96 ball games, but defensively they're going to have to get a lot better, especially up the middle for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Well, the Brewers finished at the bottom of the pack, near the bottom of the pack, 13th in the league in overall defense.
Well, if this were like a football game, this is the type of game where you got to go for it all the time.
Yeah.
You know, you got to take a lot of chances, and with the infield in, it just increases the opportunity for a team to score, but you've got to cut down every run from here on in, obviously, and it's just a tough position to put yourself in when you're at the brink of elimination.
Second and third, nobody out, and Lowe misses away. 1-2 the count on Nick Punto. Three errors in this inning, and Brewers have set an NLCS record for most errors. All of the Cardinals with visions of a World Series on that top step. We're only in the fifth.
Again, the Cardinals, when their bats down in their lineup, are not trying to do too much. Punto's trying to hit a ground ball, maybe find a hole, fouling off some real tough pitches from Lowe.
And a swing and a miss. There's a strikeout. That's what Cameron Lowe needed. It's the first out of the fifth inning. And now we'll have a pinch hitter. Fernando Salas will be lifted for Adrian Chambers off the bench for La Russa. Alan Craig pinch hit back in the third inning, drove in 2 runs with a single.
Chambers, one of those young players, tremendous athlete, great high school football player, tons of speed.
Seen a lot of Chambers late in games, defensive replacement, getting his pinch hit appearances. Part of that terrific Cardinal farm system. One of the reasons John Mozeliak, the St. Louis general manager, was willing to trade away Colby Rasmus, rebuild his bullpen, was because of a farm system that is ready to produce some big league talent. Guys that are right on the cusp, guys like Chambers, and Alan Craig, and Lance Lynn.
You know, John, when you see these defensive alignment, I see when you have the infield in, sometimes you got to pull the outfield in a little bit. Chambers doesn't have a lot of pop to give you a chance to throw out the runner at home.
Plus, I'd like to see maybe Prince a little bit farther in with the speed. I mean, this is a play right here where you can drag one down the first base line, safety squeeze type, add another run. Prince is a little bit too far back as far as the infield being in.
Ball and a strike on Adrian Chambers. In the air to left. Braun is back. He's got a good arm. Makes the catch. Here comes Freeze. And the throw all the way in. Bounces away. The run scores. The Cardinals add to it as Adrian Chambers with a sacrifice fly. 11-5 St. Louis.
Well, perfect form here by Braun, catching this ball. Crow hop, and the ball all the way in, but short hops Lucroy, loses his glove on the slide by Freeze. See Jose Oquendo, third base coach, telling the runner on second, stay there, do not come to third base. The reason he did that, he didn't want him to get tagged out before Freeze scored the run.
2 outs, Molina at second base. And back to the top of the order and for Call.
Sometimes you can measure a game by how many times your leadoff hitter hits. This is number 4.
In the 5th inning. The only inning he did not hit was the 4th. Cardinals with 11 runs on 10 hits. Slow bouncer. Weeks has to hurry. Makes the play. Inning over, but 2 more runs for the Cardinals. They are inching their way towards a World Series berth. Can they hold off the Brewers the rest of the way? It's 11-5. Upload a picture of your youth player and you could win tickets to the 2011 postseason among hundreds of other MLB prizes. Be a part of the Chevy Centennial celebration and enter for a chance to win at ChevyBaseball.com. Miller Park, Milwaukee, and the Cardinals are making it their house tonight so far. 11 runs on 10 hits for St. Louis. They lead 11-5. And back to the bullpen goes La Russa. Left-hander Mark Zepchinski will come on to work the bottom of the 5th inning. And Renicky will counter with Carlos Gomez at the plate. Nigel Morgan is out.
His defense, talking about the bunts by Gomez to the right side. He does it a lot. We'll try to push it to the second baseman, Punto.
It'll be Gomez pinch hitting for Morgan, then Braun, and then Fielder. Cardinals have scored in every inning with the exception of the 4th. Gomez back up the middle. That's a base hit. And a man on for Ryan Braun as Carlos Gomez leads off the 5th inning with a hit.
Zubczynski's done his best work when he's come in to face Prince Fielder. A couple ABs, couple punch outs for Zubczynski.
And back goes the bullpen. You think at this point with all the technology, Tony La Russa could just have a little Bluetooth, a wireless connected to his ear. He's been on that phone a lot in this series. Figures Zubczynski will see at least Fielder, who is on deck. Braun is 0 for 2. Has 9 postseason RBIs this year. 5 of them have come here in the LCS. That skips away. And Gomez to second, now on his way to third. Molina will let him run. The speedy Carlos Gomez takes 2 bases on that wild pitch.
Well, Zubczynski's ball in the dirt. Go ahead, John.
Just stick around. You're going to see it all, I guess, this season. But a rare 2-base wild pitch.
2 errors on 1 play. Now 2 bases taken on a wild pitch.
And now the Brewers a chance to score a run as Braun chases one. It's very unusual for a hitter like Ryan Braun to chase like that. Very similar to Albert Pujols in his strike zone discipline. Braun with 3 hits with a runner in scoring position in the postseason, 3 for 7.
Well, the one thing Zubczynski has not had to do is throw many strikes. Facing Prince Fielder, maybe thrown him 1 or 2 strikes and 2 at bats. He's gotten Fielder to swing at a lot of pitches off the zone. The Cardinals have made a living, really, of taking advantage of some of the Brewers hitters who have not been as disciplined as normal.
You just look at that cluster there, and got the called strike on the first pitch. Everything else below the strike zone, and yet Braun is in a 2-2 count. Gomez started it with a single. Takes 2 bags on a wild pitch. Cardinals are looking for an out. They'll concede the run with a 6-run lead at this point. Brewers are right in the middle of their power supply. Braun dribbles one over to Pujols, and Braun lays out. The tag is on him for the out. Gomez scores the run. Albert Pujols is down. The right wrist or hand of Albert Pujols injured here.
Hurt his left hand earlier in the season, broke his left hand earlier in the season on a play at first base, and landing awkwardly here. Trainer Barry Weinberg out to see to Albert, who has been one of the more durable players in the game. Here's the dive by Pujols to try to get the arm of Ryan Braun, and I can see why Ryan Braun had. He was safe at first base. That tag was not applied until he got to the base. Just underneath. Big dive at first base, big pile. You got 3 players there. Boy, that was a close play.
Well, the pitcher made it very difficult for Albert getting there at the same spot, really causing a little bit of a problem there.
Now Pujols stays and Fielder will bat. Bases are clean now. A run is in. Braun gets credit for an RBI on the ground out. 11-6 is our score, and now Fielder against Zepchinski. This has been a tough matchup for Prince Fielder in this series, as Braun is still barking in the dugout.
Zepchinski's made some great pitches, and not taken away from what he's done. But because of the aggressiveness of Fielder, he's never been forced to really come to Fielder. He's been allowed to throw those sliders away, make them look like strikes over the middle of the plate, but sweep them off the plate.
And a bouncing ball to second base. Pinto out number 2. Fielder is 0 for 3, as is Braun in this game, and now it'll be Ricky Weeks with 2 away. Zepchinski has typically been a one-batter pitcher for La Russa. He's been the guy to get Prince Fielder. But in a game like this, when your bullpen was involved in the 3rd inning, he's asking 3 outs from Zepchinski, maybe more. Two outs for Ricky Weeks.
The busiest person down there is Derek Lilliquist, the bullpen coach, who's had to field all the calls in this postseason.
Filled in for Dave Duncan last few weeks of the season as the Cardinal pitching coach. Oh, 2 on Ricky Weeks. That home run in the 2nd inning, his 2nd. Pujols still trying to shake it off.
A little strawberry there on the right forearm.
Pujols looked like he was holding off his pitcher more than anything else as he made that dive on Braun. As Weeks strikes out, inning is over. Milwaukee gets a run, 11-6. And for the time being, Pujols is all right. Championship Series coverage on TBS is presented by the new Capital One Cash Card. Inside Miller Park, and it is 11-6. The Cardinals lead the Brewers in Game 6 of this NLCS. It is an elimination game for Milwaukee. The Cardinals are moving their way towards another World Series berth. It would be their 18th if they can hold off the Brewers the rest of the way. Takashi Saito is on the mound for Milwaukee.
Well, the good thing about it is that the Brewers, despite being 5 runs down, are now into the best pitchers in their bullpen. The Saitos, the K-Rods, the Axfords, who can go multiple innings if you have to.
So Saito will face John Jay, then Albert Pujols, and then Lance Berkman. I think everybody is anxious to see the Pujols at bat. As you see Carlos Gomez in center field. See how Pujols responds after that collision with Braun at first base. A big mark on his right forearm. Takashi Saito, former closer for the Dodgers, part of this rebuilt Milwaukee bullpen. When they've had the chance to pitch with a lead, they have been very good. In the 2 Brewers wins, Game 1 and Game 4, it has been that bullpen that has finished the Cardinals off. But typically in this series, whoever has had the lead after 5 innings has won the game, and tonight that is the Cardinals. Ron, you made that point in the open tonight. St. Louis certainly, with their bullpen, has to feel great about their spot, despite all of the offense in this game.
Well, the Cardinals have scored in 21 different innings. That in itself is pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. But 11 of those have been multiple run innings.
Wow.
Scored in every inning but 1 tonight. And 3 of the 5 on the board have been multiple run innings for St. Louis, including 2 4 spots on the board.
Well, this game will assure that the bullpen of the Cardinals will pitch more innings than the starters of the Cardinals, and they could move ahead.
Maybe the first team in the history of the postseason as Betancourt goes up the ladder. John Jay robbed of a base hit. Nice play by the Milwaukee shortstop.
Just a bullet by John Jay. Nice timing with that leap by Betancourt. Has made 2 fine defensive plays now. One on a pop-up down the line and one on this line drive that he needed every inch of that glove.
1 away, and here is Pujols. You guys know the Pujols swing as well as anyone. After a collision like that, an injury to Pujols, he stays in the game. But what do you look for in his at-bat that tells you he's okay?
Well, the speed of the bat. Bat speed is the key.
He's still sitting on the same stool, so every part of that is okay.
That great balance of Pujols. He homered in the 3rd, a solo home run. 1 for 2 with a walk here tonight. Pujols has hit 2 homers in this series. Popped him up. Fielder gives it a look, got a chance, and just out of his reach. Tony La Russa made no bones about this game tonight, and you wouldn't expect anything else, but the fact that the Cardinals have Chris Carpenter sitting there waiting to either pitch Game 7 tomorrow or Game 1 of the World Series on Wednesday, treating this one like a Game 7 scenario.
Tony said winning tonight and advancing, much different than having to win tomorrow and advance. I don't see many teams do it anymore, but if they do advance, you have Carpenter who could, if you wanted to, pitch him on 3 days rest, have 3 starts. At least he's going to get 2.
World Series begins Wednesday. The Rangers will be lined up with their ace, C.J. Wilson. World Series will start in the National League venue this year. Oh, a big spinner from Saito as he strikes out Albert Pujols. 2 up, 2 down for Takashi Saito.
Well, he starts him off with a breaking ball. Gets a strike call, and then he tried to pick the outside part of the plate. Got away with one there. And then this was the pitch that he froze him on. Another breaking ball.
Saw Albert nod his head in agreement with the umpire. Yep. That was a strike.
And 2 gone for Saito. Here's Lance Bergman now. Well, if you're a Brewers fan and you're filling up that glass, you're looking at the rest of the way for Milwaukee with their best relievers that could finish this game off. Gives them a great chance to keep the Cardinals at 11. Down 5 runs. Do they have a comeback in them?
Asked Ron Renicky before the game about Saito. He said he would be the one guy towards the end of my bullpen that only pitches 1 inning.
Bergman in the air. Gomez coming in. He and Braun converge, and it'll be Braun to make the catch. And there is a 3 up, 3 down inning. The first of the night for Milwaukee. Six. Go to the bottom of the 6th, and the Brewers coming up. Mark Zepchinski is going to stay out there. He'll begin his 2nd inning of work with a quiet bullpen for the time being for the Cardinals. Jerry Hairston Jr. leads off, and that one's in there for a strike. Brewers down to their final 4 innings of their season. Franchise record 96 wins this year for Milwaukee. Their first ever division championship as a member of the National League. Two teams out of the Central Division. The last 2 left in the National League, the Cardinals and the Brewers. Cardinals have dominated this division in the Tony La Russa years. Talked about all the connections between this particular series, these two teams meeting this late in the series. The reincarnation of the Suds World Series back in 1982. The Brewers at the time were in the American League East. And that was a series that went to St. Louis with the Brewers up 3-2. The Cardinals won the final 2 games to win the world title back in '82.
A lot of high-scoring games in that series also.
Harvey's wall bangers days of the Milwaukee Brewers and all that speed and that great bullpen for Whitey Herzog's Cardinals.
Molitor, Yount, Gantner, Cooper, Ogilvy, Gorman Thomas.
Ball and 2 strikes on Hairston, who has 2 hits tonight.
Now they have their own wall bangers, LeBron, Fielder, and the gang.
This inning right here, I think, is real important to scratch in at least a run or 2. It's the bottom part of the lineup. You can turn it over a couple times. You want your big boys to at least have 2 more chances at every relief pitcher that comes in. But if you can turn this inning and create some traffic for Braun coming up and Fielder, go a long way for the last 3 innings of the game.
Got to get this game within 4, 3 or 4, where one swing of the bat gets you back in it.
Grand slam range. Certainly a major sense of urgency for Milwaukee. Down 5 runs and 4 innings to work with against a bullpen that has not given up much, but they have been used often in this series. Hairston into right, routine for Lance Berkman. And there is out number 1. Now pound for pound king Manny Pac-Man Pacquiao puts his welterweight title on the line against 3 division world champion Juan Manuel Marquez. It's the 3rd and biggest fight of their fierce rivalry. Saturday, November 12th, live on pay-per-view. A lot of alliteration there, John.
That's why you're reading it.
Pound for pound Pac-Man Pacquiao. Betancourt at the plate. Takes a strike from Zepchinski. Well, how big would 2 innings be for the Cardinals from Mark Zepchinski in this game? Normally a situational 1-batter pitcher, at least in the postseason. Big bouncer. Freeze has it. Spins and fires for out number 2. Nice play over at third base. Now the St. Louis Cardinals rebuilding their roster. Going out into the trade market. John Mozeliak, the general manager, sensing an opportunity. The Cardinals were right in the pennant race when these trades were made. Edwin Jackson, Octavio Dotel, Mark Zepchinski, all coming from the Blue Jays. Rafael Furcal a few days later from the Dodgers. And then the Rangers had released Arthur Rhodes. La Russa wanted that second lefty. Zepchinski had been a guy who was pitching multiple batters, an inning plus at a time, but once Arthur Rhodes was in the mix, now you have the 2 lefties. You had the early lefty, and then Zepchinski able to move into that situational left-hander, as you see John Mozeliak.
You might see all 5 of those players in the game. We've seen 3 out of 5 already.
Lucroy off the end of the bat for call. makes the play in a 3-up, 3-down inning, and Mark Zabczynski, 2 innings out of the Cardinal bullpen, gives up just 1 run.
Telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
The St. Louis Cardinals lead 11-6, a chance to go to the World Series with a win tonight. Brewers manager Ron Renicky told us before the game Takashi Saito would never go more than 1 inning, and yet here he is for his 2nd inning of work.
Yeah, and I repeated those things, but that's what happens. Desperate times call for desperate decisions. When you have your starter only goes 1 inning, you got to ask more of your pitchers.
Brewers just trying to keep the Cardinals at 11 and hope for a major comeback here tonight. And the way the game has gone offensively, it's not out of the reach, especially in this ballpark. But the lead is still 5. That is a big mountain to climb for Milwaukee. Cardinals have only been held down twice in innings in this game. As Holliday takes a strike. Matt Holliday has reached base 3 times tonight. 2 hits, and he reached on a fielder's choice, and he has scored 3 runs. Saito throwing a lot of strikes. He had a quick 6th inning. Just a 13-pitch inning, and certainly that influenced the decision to send him back out. This would be the first time all season Saito has been able to go multiple innings. 41-year-old relief pitcher, former closer. He was already a star in Japan when he came to the U.S. to play for the Dodgers. And a swing and a miss. Holliday strikes out. Saito has retired 4 in a row with a couple of Ks.
Well, the wildness of his fastball there is what we were talking about earlier. No one's really gone inside. No one's been able to be effective in there. Might have got him that strikeout.
LaCroix putting the numbers down. And a bouncing ball to third. Fair ball. Hairston makes a play. David Freese retired for the first time. 3 for 4 tonight. He is a triple away from a cycle. 2 gone for Saito. Our aerial coverage tonight provided by Goodyear. Everything Goodyear has learned making tires that go the distance inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Roof is closed on a cool night in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Winter comes on fast here in Wisconsin. Big sports weekend here in America's heartland. The Wisconsin Badgers win yesterday in Madison. The Packers beat the St. Louis Rams earlier today. Matter of fact, the Cardinals have outscored the Rams.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was going to be possible when you think about it.
There you go.
Packers 24-3 over the Rams. That is going to sneak through a base hit. So Yadier Molina with his first hit of the night. And now Nick Punto, the only starter for the Cardinals without a hit, but he does have a sac fly. It's been a sports renaissance here in Wisconsin the last season and a half, starting with the Wisconsin Badgers in the Rose Bowl, and then at Sweet 16 appearances by Wisconsin and Marquette. Of course, the Super Bowl title with the Green Bay Packers. And the Brewers winning their first division title as a member of the National League, just their second division title.
Well, they don't come back here. I think Ron Renick's got to be pretty proud of his club this year. You've got to be incredibly grateful for the franchise. 3 million people came to this ballpark this year. That'll be the only unknown whether Prince is going to make his way back.
Punto into the Cardinal dugout.
Will also be talked about a lot is, questions coming into this game about Markham, and certainly his performance makes it tougher to decide what was the best play for the Brewers, but Narveson didn't fare much better, as I think he was credited with 5 runs.
Narveson was the other option to start this game, the 5th starter for the Brewers all season. Markham went an inning, gave up 4 runs. Narveson an inning and 2/3, 5 runs. And a strike call. Takashi Saito, impressive in his 2 innings. 2 scoreless on the board. Stretch time in Milwaukee, 11-6 Cardinals. Back at Miller Park, the St. Louis Cardinals have been road warriors this postseason. They are now 9 outs away from a World Series berth. Brian Anderson, Ron Darling, John Smoltz. I want to look ahead a bit to the Texas Rangers. We saw that performance yesterday, very similar to what we're seeing from the Cardinals tonight. That is a juggernaut offensively.
Well, it really is. They have Nelson Cruz, who's hitting 7th in that lineup. Michael Young had a big series after a big year this year. He's their DH. They just as much depth as any lineup you'll see in the game.
And not just offense, John Smoltz. They have plenty of pitching as well as we take a look at our Bank of America game break. But Nelson Cruz, a breakout postseason this year, and he's doing it again for the 2nd straight postseason.
Oh, he really is. And gosh, in the 7th hole, you wouldn't think that kind of production could be. That just shows you how loaded they are. And the expectations, again, I think, for either team that gets to move on and play Texas, starting pitchers beware. It might just be a bullpen series as well.
Nelson Cruz, 8 hits in the ALCS, 6 of them home runs. The other 2 are doubles, the MVP. And you can catch the World Series on Fox. The American League champion Texas Rangers against the Cardinals or the Brewers, Wednesday, 7:30 Eastern on Fox. Had John brought his accordion, he could have played Happy Birthday to Tim McCarver today, but it has been shelved. So happy birthday to Tim McCarver.
Yeah.
You know what's going to be interesting going into that series, guys, is that the Texas Rangers have 3 left-handed starters in Wilson, Harrison, and Holland. And that's certainly going to turn around Lance Berkman to his weaker side, the right side.
Here's Craig Counsell, the Wisconsin native. And getting a nice hand as he is introduced. How about Mark Zebchenski back out there for a 3rd inning? About 2 innings were a good measure for Zebchenski, but he's pitching so well. And a quick 1, 2, 3, 6th inning. He's got a chance to go 3.
I tell you what, it has been a series where I'm sure, as Tony said, he didn't intend for this, but it really has been magical in what he's been able to do. He's pushed the right buttons. The guys have delivered.
Zebchenski runs it down and will flip it to Albert for out number 1 as Counsell grounds out. And a standing ovation for Craig Counsell, perhaps his final at-bat in a Brewers uniform, his hometown team. As La Russa is on his way to the mound. So Zebchenski, 2 and the 3rd big innings tonight in Game 6. We'll take a break. Brewers as the Cardinals are trying to push their way to the World Series, 11-6 as we play at the bottom of the 7th. And it has been a night full of home runs in this game. Matter of fact, a record-setting night 4 home runs, already 6 combined, which is a postseason record, and all of them came in the first 3 innings. Freeze in the first, Corey Hart in the first, was backed up by a home run by Furcal, then Ricky Weeks. There were 2 home runs for the Brewers in the second, Weeks and Jonathan Lucroy, and then Albert Pujols with his second of the series. 3 long balls for the Cardinals, 3 for Milwaukee. Cardinals with 2 4-run innings in this game, and they lead 11-6. And now it's Octavio Dotel, who has been fantastic out of the bullpen in this series. And he is in the game with 1 away, and the base is clean. Top of the order coming up.
Well, what he's been really good at has been controlling the outer part of the plate. Sometimes the ball can leak back arm side on him if his arm speed and his delivery aren't perfect. But when he's got the ball on the outside part of the plate, it just seems faster than it is to the hitter.
Hart with one of those 6 home runs. He started the scoring for the Brewers in the first inning, a leadoff homer. No combination of teams have hit 6 home runs in the first 3 innings of a Major League postseason game. 1 more home run will tie a championship series record as well for 7. As Hart rips one right to Furcal for out number 2. Zach Greinke was on the mound twice in this best of 7. Took the loss in game 5. He was the winner in the opener.
Well, like we said, the postseason can be cruel, and some of these off seasons for these guys is going to be more of a mental challenge than anything else, trying to figure out what went wrong, how did it go wrong so fast, and not let that have a carryover effect for them in the next season.
Carlos Gomez with 2 away. Well, Milwaukee loses a big bat perhaps in Prince Fielder if he chooses to go elsewhere, but Doug Melvin, the Brewers general manager who put this club together in the offseason, also recognizes the fact that his 2 pitchers that he acquired, Zach Greinke and Sean Markham, under contract for next season, which means all 5 of Milwaukee's starters are still under contract for next year. And the ace of that staff, Giovanni Gallardo. It is a heavy-hitting offense for Milwaukee, and they're going to need every ounce of it here tonight if they are going to pull off this comeback.
Well, like we said, we've seen it all. 7 runs in the 9th inning by Tampa, St. Louis, and Tampa getting in on the last day. I mean, nothing might be impossible in a series, in a game. You just never know. I mean, it really could come down to one big inning. But like I said, for Milwaukee, they got to turn that lineup over a few times to get those big boys up there.
They got Ryan Braun on deck. And Gomez is hit by a pitch. On a 2-strike pitch, Dotel hits Gomez. And there is a base runner for Ryan Braun. Certainly not what Dotel was looking for with 2 strikes.
You never want to pitch yourself into another confrontation, but this was a slider that came out of his hand and just spun inside and really followed Gomez.
Yeah, it looked like it got him on the hand. And La Russa saying
anything but that.
Anything with Braun coming up. Although the Dotel-Braun matchup has swayed in the favor of the Cardinals in this series.
He has missed with a couple of sliders that Braun has swung through. Not that one, though.
He just doesn't see that breaking ball from Dotel. 8 strikeouts and 10 career at-bats against Octavio Dotel.
Well, I think the other thing is you got to be committed to go that way to right center, and it looks like just trying to pull a lot of pitches. Braun can cover every part of the park. His power is not limited to one section.
0-2 the count. Braun and Fielder combined 0 for 6 tonight. Braun does have an RBI. They did a lot of damage in the first 2 games of this series, especially game 1. Not much tonight and not much in St. Louis. 0-2 on Braun. And he got him. Braun strikes out. Dotel's dominance of Ryan Braun continues. A runner left. We're headed to the 8th. 11-6 Cardinals. The 8th inning, and a reminder that golf's most exclusive event, Major Champions Only, the 2011 PGA Grand Slam of Golf from the Port Royal Golf Course in Bermuda. It all starts Tuesday, October 18th, 4 Eastern on TNT. Always a great event. Miller Park closed up tight. Francisco Rodriguez, K-Rod, is on the mound for Milwaukee. Brewers down 5. Daniel Descalso will pinch hit for the Redbirds. And on the first pitch, he singles to right. So all 3 of La Russa's pinch hitters tonight have contributed. And Craig with a 2 RBI single, Chambers an RBI sac fly, and now a base hit by Descalso. How about we take you back, 1982. Game 7, Brewers Cardinals, what was nicknamed the Sud Series. Bruce Sutter struck out Gorman Thomas in the 9th inning of Game 7, giving the Cardinals their first World Series title since '67, their 9th overall. Darrell Porter was named the MVP of the series. Cardinals would not win another World Series title until '06 under Tony La Russa. And now the chant is number 11 in 11 in St. Louis. Their 11th World Series championship in 2011. Just in case you were wondering what was going on, this is right back in your wheelhouse, Ron Darling. I mean, 1982. Dallas top movie was E.T. North Carolina winning the championship. The call drops a bunt. Rodriguez makes the play for the out. Sacrifice bunt. So he had 82 in St. Louis, and then it was 2006 for the Cardinals as well, and Adam Wainwright was on the mound for the final out.
Hard to believe that a rookie could be in that position and then, of course, turn into the dominant starter that he has been for St. Louis.
Well, he ended the NLCS with a strikeout of Carlos Beltran, and they're getting Brandon Inge to get a World Series championship. They're 10th for St. Louis.
Adam Wainwright had Tommy John surgery this spring as John Jay takes a ball. That was part of the story for the Cardinals, being able to get into the postseason without their best pitcher, one of their best pitchers, the top two in Carpenter and Wainwright. Wainwright's coming along well. He's been throwing side sessions, bullpen sessions, and should be ready to go spring training of 2012.
You know, when you're watching a game during the regular season, we were talking about 82 in 2006. For call with the sacrifice bunt there late in the game, you would never see that in the regular season. And in fact, might get your next hitter thrown at. But in this game where runs have been plentiful, trying to just play for one every inning.
They figure to see Rodriguez here in the 8th and then John Axford in the 9th. The Brewers will have Prince Fielder lead off in the bottom of this inning. Fielder, Weeks, and Hairston.
There'll be a big reaction here from the crowd and what could be Prince's last at bat.
Strike called. K-Rod punches out John Jay for out number 2. Francisco Rodriguez pitching in a setup role for Milwaukee since the trade at the All-Star break. And you figure he is going to be a hot commodity this offseason, as a lot of teams are looking for closers.
Interesting. Rick Kranitz, the pitching coach, going to go out to speak to the veteran K-Rod, see what he wants to do in this situation. You got a base open. It's crucial that you don't allow any more runs to score, of course. And asking the veteran, do you want to go after Pujols or walk him and try to get Berkman? No easy feat either way.
Well, in the 3rd inning, a high fastball. Pretty much what Pujols does most of the times he hits. He doesn't hit many wall scrapers.
Albert with his 2nd home run of this LCS. 66 career postseason games. And hoping to extend that into a World Series. Runner at 2nd with 2 away. You figure Pujols is going to set the market for the free agents. And then Fielder would be the number 2 acquisition in the offseason behind Albert Pujols. But the top 2 heading for free agency. Albert Pujols, who's 31 years of age. Fielder is 27. And those bottom numbers, the salaries are going to go up a ton in a lot of years. Pujols into left field. That is down, a hit, and another run will score. The Cardinals post 12 runs in Game 6, and it's Albert Pujols with a 2 RBI game, his 2nd hit. 12-6 St. Louis.
Well, we heard earlier in the series that Ron Renneke did not want to intentionally walk Albert Pujols. That's a time that I would disagree there, only because Albert's so smart. He knew that he just sat on a breaking ball there, and he got it, and he got a base hit. So you can't pitch around someone that knows or intelligently knows what's coming. And that's Albert.
Cardinals drive home their 16th two-out run in this series. Backbreakers for an opposing pitcher and an opponent just when you think you're out of an inning. Ron Renicky was saying earlier today that this Cardinal offense is the best offense in the National League in his opinion. And they are showing why.
Well, again, I know it's tempting, but what you said, Ron, I mean, you just got to pick your spots. And certainly the Cardinals have done a great job creating traffic in front of Pujols, but there have been plenty of opportunities with a base open to not pitch to him. And it's like pick your poison. I know. I mean, the guys behind him are awfully good too. But when a guy's on a streak and is locked in, sometimes you got to pass it on and say, okay, I'm going to make the other guy beat you.
I think the biggest thing going for this lineup moving on, if the Cardinals hold this lead, is Holiday has got 7 hits in his last 3 games. So they've got him right.
Yeah, now with the emergence of David Freese, who is a strong candidate for the MVP of this series, if the Cardinals go on to win it. Now you add one more layer to that. It's not just Berkman and Holiday behind Albert Pujols. You add David Freese, who's had a monster series. And speaking of traffic, he's been at the plate with men on this entire series and has delivered in a big way in this series with men on base. High pop-up, a roof scraper. Corey Hart is under it, and the side is retired. Pujols with one more stake in this one. 12-6 Cardinals. Prince Fielder leads off, and we come back. lead the Brewers. We go to the bottom of the 8th, and this crowd starting to swell up and make some noise for Prince Fielder, what could be his final Milwaukee Brewers at bat as he'll face Lance Lynn. And that is the cry from all of Wisconsin. Well, Prince Fielder, time is called. First base umpire Gary Darling out on the field, not sure where the disturbance was.
I think Albert was trying to give him a little longer applause there. Well, time to try and let it soak in a little more. A little respect.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Fielder, a little nod of the cap to Albert Pujols. Flashbulbs popping. It was an emotional moment last year. Final regular season game here at Miller Park. Ken Maka, the Brewers manager, replaced Fielder. And many felt that was Fielder's last appearance as a Milwaukee Brewer. But they kept him in the offseason. Numbers for Fielder. He is second all-time on the Brewers home run list behind Robin Yount. 230 career home runs. Had a 50 home run season for Milwaukee. First with 5 consecutive 30 home run seasons in Brewer franchise history. Fielder has been a home run derby champ, and his MVP at the All-Star game, his performance is going to give the National League the home field. And look at Albert Pujols, just what you talking about, John. Trying to give Prince an extra moment. Good pickup.
You were talking about just a crazy year. Phillies sweep the Braves. That gets the Cardinals into the playoffs. Cardinals take down the Phillies. Brewers do not play well at all down the stretch, losing 6 out of 7 against the Cardinals, and now they had to face them here, and it looks like they're going to go down to the Cardinals. And the Cardinals are going to have home field advantage because Prince Fielder was the MVP of the All-Star game.
Bouncing ball to second, and Pinto makes a play, and they will let him know on his way to the dugout. Mark Ananasio, the Brewers owner. Fielder 0 for 4 tonight. And you wonder what has to be going through his mind. A player that was drafted and developed by the Milwaukee Brewers, came up through their system. And his best friend and his childhood teammate in Ricky Weeks, a guy that has been playing with Prince Fielder since they were teenagers in Orlando. Weeks is signed to a multi-year contract.
Well, he's had a tough postseason, but when you look at it, Fielder is not re-signed. Weeks will have the job of protecting Ryan Braun.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this Milwaukee lineup shakes up next year and what kind of moves they will make in the offseason. And speaking of homegrown talent, Lance Lynn just one of the many coming out of that Cardinals system that is going to continue to push the Cardinals. They'll get Wainwright back next year. They are going to be loaded once again, St. Louis.
Well, we talked about the postseason can expose certain things, sometimes bad, but I think what it's done is it can uncover things. And I think for Lance Lynn, he's going to be a valuable weapon for the Brewers next year. And I think they found out a little bit about Jason Mott. You know, so the things that they went into the season with, they're ending the season totally different than what the expectation was. They lost their closer. They went through a few different closers. And certainly for the Cardinals, this incredible run has given some guys possibly a new look on their career and a new job.
I think you're right, John. I mean, in the middle of the season when they were struggling, they were looking for a closer to acquire via trade. Ended up Mott being their closer, has proven that he can get the job done. David Freese, all of a sudden, with the experience, you talked about having bad games and have to sit on it all winter. The emergence of David Freese maybe would give him the confidence he needs to take that next step.
Yeah, and I meant the Cardinals. I misspoke and said the Brewers, but
now, one thing the emergence of Jason Mott does, because if you would have talked to the Cardinals when Lance Lynn was first promoted, there was a lot of discussion about Lance Lynn being a future closer of this ball club. But Lynn has been a starting pitcher, and another arm like this, he's been a successful starter in the minor leagues. It certainly gives the Cardinals some options, another option in their starting rotation. If Mott takes that role and continues as he has been. Weeks to right, backing up Bergman, and he's there for the out. 2 gone in the 8th inning. And the Cardinals are 4 outs away from a berth in the World Series. Entering tonight, the St. Louis bullpen, the story. And the two teams that have had the most success out of their bullpen possibly matching up in the World Series. The Rangers, the best bullpen ERA, a 1.32 earned run average, while the Cardinals entering play tonight in the LCS, a 1.66 ERA.
it's interesting when Colorado first came into the league and there was all that offensive numbers and before the humidor, I thought that was the way you had to pitch there. Like a spring training game.
Yeah.
Let each guy go 3 innings. You don't get used to anything. You don't get too worn down. That's really what the Cardinals have been able to do in this series, is figure a way to get just enough and not push past some bad mechanics, or as Tony La Russa said and Duncan, they both noticed the same thing. The moves were pretty easy once you both noticed the same thing.
Well, we always have these stats here in the booth on how pitchers fare the 3rd or 4th time to the order. Never had to use them here.
Right. And if it is the Cardinals who advance, how does that play moving forward in the postseason in your mind? This formula that La Russa has used in the NLCS.
Well, as good as their offense is, they're going to have to be better because Texas offense is better. I mean, from top to bottom, American League clubs have the luxury of building their clubs in a way that the pitcher does not have to come into. But what I like about Texas, they're so deep with their pitching, starting and relieving, that you would like to think that they have the advantage. But if the Cardinals can pull off this trick where they just keep taking advantage of every move that Tony La Russa has, home field advantage.
Well, the Rangers back in the World Series. Interesting that the Rangers in consecutive World Series after all of that success for the American League at the All-Star game. And now the Rangers are the one that are going to be the road team for the 2nd straight year. The last 2 All-Star game victories by the National League securing home field. As Lance Lynn, another impressive inning. And we are headed to the 9th inning. The Cardinals ever closer to the World Series. League Championship Series coverage on TBS has been presented by the new Capital One Cash Card. To the 9th inning at Miller Park in Milwaukee. And will the lights go out on a Brewers baseball season in 2011? John Axford is on to pitch, the Milwaukee closer. Cardinals lead it by 6. And Matt Holliday will lead off. We're talking a lot about the Cardinals and their matchup against the Rangers if they go on to win this game. And you wonder about the designated hitter role for St. Louis. Tony La Russa wouldn't budge on that question when asked by a silly reporter earlier today. But you have to think Matt Holliday would be the guy that would be in that designated hitter role. Did you flag me earlier today, John? Is that right?
Well, you know what I think? I think you can use it for your veteran players, Holliday and Berkman, as a kind of rotating thing. You know, you can get them off the field, get Alan Craig out there defensively, and it adds a great bat to their already vaunted and great lineup. But I think Holliday is going to be the key. You know what Pujols is going to do? But Holliday, against 3 of the starters for Texas, Holland, Harrison, and C.J. Wilson, all left-handed, all very talented. The right-handed hitters are going to have to come through.
Who plays better in the opposite park, you think? The Rangers, who are going to lose a designated hitter in the National League Park. Likely to see Michael Young at first base is my guess.
Yes.
And Moreland out. Of course, that is to be determined. Or the Cardinals using Matt Holliday as a designated hitter.
That's interesting because the Cardinals do have some excellent athletes as their pitchers too. That would give them an advantage. But I think it's always better to add a hitter, especially this time of year. And with the Cardinals starting pitching struggling.
Well, and I do think because the pitchers in the Cardinals rotation are athletic, can handle the bat. Certainly, it's tougher for Texas, but I think you gain some defense for the Cardinals in left field, which is an important part of the. With Holliday being the DH and presumably Craig or somebody else being out in left field.
Ryan Theriot is on deck. Be hitting in the spot vacated by David Freese, who, in my opinion, is on his way to an MVP award in this NLCS. We'll see how the voting comes down. Monster series from David Freese. 9 runs batted in, 12 hits in this series, and 22 at-bats. There's a called strike. John Axford punches out Matt Holliday. And 1 away for Axford. Now, TBS tomorrow. Conan's got the Big Bang Theory's Kaylee Cuoco. Don't miss it, Conan. All new tomorrow only on TBS.
You know, with David Freese being replaced in a few of these games by Descalso, he could be the offensive MVP of this game and not be on the field for the final out. That's very unusual.
And he watches Ryan Theriot hit in his spot. Freese finishes 3 for 4 tonight. He was a triple away from the cycle in this game. And right out of the gates, David Freese, a 3-run home run in the first inning. As the Cardinals dropped a haymaker on the Brewers in the first frame. And a star is born in David Freese. Bouncing ball, Betancourt. 2 outs for John Axford.
I got to say, for a series that was much anticipated and highly contested, these teams did not like each other. I thought they handled everything in a professional way. They could have got out of hand. There were some lopsided games, lopsided innings. Nobody did anything that would be viewed as a cheap shot. And certainly everything after that first game, which the umpire had no choice.
That's right.
It wasn't trying to be hit Prince, but I thought both teams did a great job, reflection of the managers.
It's got to really stick in your craw, though, if you're the Brewers, because, you know, you're seemingly playing catch-up to the Cardinals every single season. You go ahead of them and take the Central Crown this year with a fantastic year, and still it's behind the Cardinals for another season.
Again, it is the Cardinals in the eyes of Brewers fans. As Molina singles back up the middle. Yadier Molina with 2 more hits. And we check in with Craig Sager. What do you have, Craig?
Oh, we're talking a lot about the Texas Rangers. The advanced scouting team is here in full force. There are 6 of them here tonight, 3 of them specifically assigned to St. Louis, 2 to Milwaukee, and then the in-house advanced scout Adam Lukovich is here. He's left to go back to the hotel after this game. They will all meet together. They'll have a formula, a game plan all mapped out tomorrow. They will meet then later in the day, and they will fly to St. Louis, if that's the case, and meet with Ron Washington Tuesday with their game plan. Now remember, these guys have been on the road extensively throughout the entire month of September as they scouted the advanced American League teams they thought they were going to play, and they also looked at the National League teams. Oh yeah, they didn't start looking at St. Louis until the last day of the regular season. Back to you guys.
I know one of those Texas Ranger scouts could use a shower. That would be my brother, Mike, who hasn't been home in months as he has scouted these 2 teams. So congratulations to brother Mike and the rest of the Rangers.
Not home in October. That sounds a little familiar, John.
Yeah, but as you
there he is.
Start out your season, you never prepare to lose your last game.
Yeah, you're right.
That's always tough when only one team's going to win their last game when they get into October.
You're talking about the Texas Rangers and their pitching staff. Interesting that 2 teams have won 3 games in postseason series in which their starting pitchers lasted less than 5 innings, right? 2 teams. If the Cardinals go on to win it, they'll become the 3rd team. And it would be this year's Rangers ball club in the ALCS and this year's Cardinals ball club in the NLCS. The only other team, Jackie Robinson's Brooklyn Dodgers in 1947. They did it in the World Series. That's how rare this season is and this postseason is with starting pitching. Not getting any length whatsoever from your starters and yet still winning games. Tonight's starter for the Cardinals, Edwin Jackson, went 2 innings. The only starter for St. Louis in this series in 6 games to go 5 was Chris Carpenter. He went 5 and got the win in a 4-3 St. Louis victory in Game 3. Starting pitcher stock goes down. Relief pitcher stock goes up.
So what you're saying is, in the next series, it could be a lot of 2-1 games.
That's probably where we're headed, right?
That's right.
There's the Cardinal closer, Jason Mott. One thing a Cardinal win tonight does, it allows Carpenter to pitch Game 1 of the World Series, which presents a matchup of aces in Game 1, and C.J. Wilson and Chris Carpenter. Pitched him into this LCS with a masterpiece against the Phillies in Game 5 as Axford drops a hammer, strikes out Nick Punto. The Cardinals are out in the 9th, and the Cardinals are now 3 outs away from a trip to the World Series. Cardinals have the lead, and now to the bottom of the ninth we go. And just a reminder, stay tuned for Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan. Live from Miller Park, Matt Weiner, Cal Ripken, Dennis Eckersley, and Boomer Wells. They will bring you highlights, post-game analysis, and if the Cardinals finish it out, NLCS celebration images and a trophy presentation. Jason Mott is on the mound to try to send the Cardinals to the World Series. Uni Betancourt will lead off. Betancourt has had a nice postseason for Milwaukee. 8 hits in this LCS. And a double and an RBI in the fourth. Cardinals put the pressure on early, again scoring first in this game. They scored 4 in the first. 6 consecutive games they scored the first runs. And no team in the history of baseball has ever done that in the postseason. In one postseason series, 6 straight games the Cardinals jumped out to the early lead, and that's important when you do not have home field advantage. They took this big crowd out of it quickly tonight.
Tony does not like when his pitcher or an opposing pitcher throws a ball near the head.
Well, also, Mott's got to, what's difficult sometimes, you can probably speak to this better, John. This is a less leveraged situation for Mott, but he's been on such a great roll that he's got to grind himself through this inning here so he doesn't lose that control that he had in the 4 games in the postseason. We had sloppy, I guess I'm saying.
Yeah.
Bouncing ball to short. And for call. Out number 1 for the Cardinals.
Well, it'd be rare if Mott goes in the next series and doesn't face a 3-4-5 hitter for the Rangers. But that's what's happened in this series.
Yeah. Jason Mott has not faced the middle of a batting order. And opponents only hitting 1 for 23 against Jason Mott. Placido Polanco has the only hit. Philadelphia Philly. Here's George Kataris pinch hitting for Milwaukee. The Brewers are 0 for 12 against Jason Mott in this LCS. Early offense for St. Louis. Outstanding relief work for the Cardinals. The story in this one. You guys thought maybe the bullpen could garner up enough votes. If you had to give it an MVP award to somebody or some bodies, it would be the Cardinal bullpen.
Freese took care of that with that 3-run bomb in the first.
Yep, he sealed it up, I think. I'm sure the votes will come in and prove that. But David Freese, the Nelson Cruz of the LCS on this side of the fence. Kataris, center field, pretty well hit. John Jay going back at the wall, and John Jay makes the catch. What a great catch that was.
This young man could play a little center field. I'll tell you, his instincts this entire series have been amazing, checking for the wall, timing his leap, and then cradling that ball in his hand to ensure that he makes that great catch.
Only if it was the final out of the game would that have been more impressive, but a great catch from Jay.
But a little defining moment, the difference between these 2 ball clubs. 7 errors by the Milwaukee Brewers in the last 2 games, and catches like that by Jay.
Here's Mark Kotsay. Brewers down to their last out. It's been a magical ride for the Brewers this year. Franchise record in wins with 96, division champions for the first time in the National League, their first division title in 29 years. They've won more home games in front of their great fans than any other team in baseball, 57. While turning out over 3 million fans for the 3rd time in the last 4 years. Anxious moment for the Cardinals, ready to pour onto the field. Braun, the candidate for the Most Valuable Player Award in the National League this season. And there it is. The St. Louis Cardinals are headed back to the World Series. The Cardinals win the National League pennant for the 18th time. Tony La Russa will make it to the World Series for his 6th trip. Won it in '89 with the A's. He won it in '06 with the Cardinals. What a comeback season for the St. Louis Cardinals. 10.5 back with a little over a month to play, and now they are headed to the Fall Classic. This is an amazing story, even for a franchise that has experienced so much success in their history.
Maybe the happiest flight for this season. This team, 10.5 back at some point, made a run, had a half dozen times in September that you left them for dead. No chance to come back. They kept plugging along, and they get to the playoffs, and they're red hot, and it seemed everything they decided to do, whether it was a bullpen choice or a pinch-hitting choice or a defensive choice, everything came up roses.
Well, I shook my head on a Wednesday that ended the season for the first time in a long time. What I couldn't believe that took place on that Wednesday, I really shook my head this series. I can't believe what took place offensively. It's a credit to the hitters. I know the pitchers did not have their way, but what a job for the St. Louis Cardinals and their offense.
And the chance of happy flight. And dejected Brewers fans, they thought they were looking at one of the best teams in franchise history. Certainly will have its place in franchise history, but coming up 2 wins short of just their 2nd berth in the World Series. And they drop it against their division rival, the St. Louis Cardinals. A wild card team headed to the World Series in a matchup with the Texas Rangers. As we check in with Craig Sager. Craig?
Well, I'm here with Matt Holliday. Matt, you've been to the World Series before with an incredible run with the Colorado Rockies, but explain how you got there this year.
Well, it's crazy. We had a lot of adversity, but we found a way and got in, and then we've been playing really well, and we're going to the World Series.
Seems like a long time ago we were asking about your hand injury. We were also talking about Albert Pujols struggling a little bit. All that came aside, you guys are just red hot now.
Yeah, we're hitting the ball really well. Our lineup from 1 through 8 or 9 has been really strong all season, and we're swinging the bats well right now.
You got a big lift from David Freese. How has he impressed you? What is he going to mean for you?
You know, I'm not surprised. He's a great kid, and you know, he's battled injuries the last couple of years, like serious injuries. I think he'd come on the scene a little earlier. But to get a chance to watch him grow up as a guy and as a person and as a player and come out here and do what he did, I'm super impressed.
Congratulations. With us, Albert Pujols. First of all, you all right from that collision at first base with Ryan Braun?
Yeah, I'm all right. I mean, I got a spike, and then Zeke kind of stepped up on my right knee. But, you know, it was a do-or-die play. You know, as soon as I saw him diving, I'm like, hey, I need to go too. So, I mean, you could have never know. I mean, if he would have been say, there's going to be a lot of thrown-out point in there. But I'm glad, you know, we got the out.
You've been to the World Series before, but 10.5 games out in August. When did you start thinking that this could be a World Series team?
You know what? When we got to the postseason, I mean, anything can happen. 18s, and you know, you need it. We tip our cap to the Brewers. I mean, they never give up all series. They play great. They had a great year. A bunch of great group of guys, great organization. I'm pretty sure they're going to be back here before you know it. But you know, tonight is our night. We need to enjoy, and it's amazing, you know. But we got one step to climb, you know, and it's the big one, the World Series, and that Texas team is looking pretty good.
But what changed? Why was this team so good in the postseason?
We was there. We were healthy. Our bullpen pretty much get us in the postseason. We start swinging when we needed to, and picking each other up. You know, I mean, that's pretty much that's why we're here, picking each other up.
Everybody wonders, obviously, is this going to be Albert Pujols' last year in St. Louis? The same with Prince Fielder in Milwaukee. You called time out there so the crowd can give him appreciation. What does that mean?
Right now, I've been in that situation in St. Louis with the best fans in baseball. I want Fielder, to get a great standing ovation. He's done so well for this organization, and I'm pretty sure he'll be back.
You got games left to play in the World Series. You also have some celebration to go. Thanks a lot. Back up to you, Brian.
All right, Craig, thank you. And thanks to Matt Holliday and Albert Pujols, two of the big sluggers in the middle of that Cardinal offense. A top hitting team in the National League this year, an American League lineup in St. Louis. And now they'll likely put Matt Holliday in that DH role. That is going to be some kind of showdown with the Texas Rangers. The final out. Fitting that Jason Mott finishes this game. The Cardinal bullpen goes 7 innings tonight. Mott 3 up, 3 down to finish it up, and the celebration on the field at Miller Park.
So many heroes for the Cardinals. Yadier Molina had a great series defensively and offensively. David Freese, who we think is the MVP. Albert Pujols was Albert Pujols.
And the most amazing thing of all, bullpen 28 2/3 innings, starters 24 1/3. You just do not see that on the winning end.
4 more innings from the bullpen than the starting pitchers as Pujols watches the final out, the strikeout, and Albert Pujols heading back to the World Series. The Cardinals won it in 06. And the chant in St. Louis, number 11 in 11. They're going after their 11th World Series title in 2011. 18 National League pennants. No team has won more pennants in the National League than the St. Louis Cardinals. And will that be Prince Fielder's final walk down into the home clubhouse here in Milwaukee? The great duo, Braun and Fielder, perhaps for the final time in Brewers uniforms together. Celebration to follow. We got a lot more coming up for you. We'll have the trophy presentation. Cardinal fans that have made their way to Miller Park, ready to see more of it.
If you got somebody on.
you to our Inside MLB presented by Captain Morgan post-game show. And back at Miller Park in Milwaukee, where they'll close it down for the baseball season in 2011, and the Cardinal fans enjoying every moment of this. St. Louis winning tonight, Game 6, 12-6 the final score. They advance to the World Series to match up against the Texas Rangers, and we send it down inside the Cardinal clubhouse with Matt Weiner. Matt, take it away.
Brian, a raucous Cardinal clubhouse as this team celebrates its 18th National League pennant. And here to present the National League trophy is honorary National League President Bill Giles. With us is Bill DeWitt, the chairman and CEO of the St. Louis Cardinals. John Mozeliak, general manager of this team, of course, manager Tony La Russa, and the MVP of the 2011 NLCS, David Freese. Bill, you've got the trophy. Take it away.
Well, Bill, as you know, the history of the Cardinals is remarkable. You have more championships than anybody else in the National League. And this year was particularly remarkable. You were 10.5 games out in late August, 8.5 on September 1st, 3 games out with 5 games to go. You have a never say die attitude, great character, a testimony to you and John and Tony. I congratulate your entire organization. And Tony, I want to say this. I've always known you're a great manager, but the way you managed in the postseason was your finest hour. So it's my honor to present this trophy named after my dad, Warren C. Giles, to the St. Louis Cardinals, champions of the National League.
Thank you very much, Bill. Quite an honor to receive this.
Bill, congratulations. From where this team was 6 weeks ago, what does this mean to the city of St. Louis back home?
We know our guys never gave up. It's incredible. As Bill said, we were 10.5 out, and starting September 1st, I think we were 8.5 out. And they just said, let's win as many games as we can and see what happens. And you saw what happened, and we got into the playoffs and played a great team in the Phillies that Bill knows all about. And, I commend the Brewers for a great season. This was a good series. Could have gone either way. They've got a great team, great organization, and I congratulate them on a wonderful season. But for now, I want to enjoy the trophy, and our guys were terrific. Our team couldn't have played better, and, it's just very exciting to get our 18th pennant.
Congratulations. John, you were the architect of this team, and so many of your midseason moves came into play here down the stretch. From Mark Zepchenski, Octavio Dotel, obviously Edwin Jackson, who got the start tonight, and others. When did you think you had the pieces to make a run like this?
Well, right before we made those trades, I remember sitting down with Bill, Tony, my staff. A lot of people put a lot of effort into that, and we always thought we had a chance if we could ever get it going. It took a couple weeks to start looking like it might work, but once it did, we took off, and to be here tonight, beating the Brewers, who are just a fabulous team. They play so well, and it's just a remarkable run, and just proud to be a part of this organization.
How extraordinary was the job your manager did using the bullpen as he did, mixing and matching throughout this entire series?
Every button he pushed worked, and I've been with him a long time, and I know how prepared he is, and so giving him the right tools and the right players to go about it, I knew we had a chance.
Tony, your sixth trip to the World Series upcoming now. Before I ask you about the run to get here, just this LCS, how unique was it?
You don't get into the postseason unless you have great starting pitching. And we all had it. It was just the most unique and weird kind of situation that the starters couldn't make a mistake and get away with it. But I'll tell you, you talk about handling pitching, everything comes from Dave Duncan. And when he nods, I nod, and when he doesn't nod, I don't. So Dave Duncan deserves all the credit.
Everyone knows the story by now, 10.5 games back on August 25th. I know you would never give up on a season, but what made you think this particular group could make up that gap and get here?
Well, I think there was two things. One, early in the year, the first 4 months, we had so much adversity, and the guys never quit. We could get beat. Whatever it was, they kept their heart. The other thing is we knew we were a better ball club after the trades, and time was running out. We said, man, we're just not really playing to it, and all of a sudden it clicked, and then once they got going, the guys played every game like it was the last game of their life, and that worked.
Your bullpen became your cavalry in this series. What can you say about what they did here over these 6 games?
Well, they were, they pitched with a lot of heart. There was enough guys to where really nobody got overworked. But I thought today, for example, Salas, the way he pitched that, and really showed up big, and he'd been used a lot. Grabczynski, They were all part of it, but here again, I think Derek Lilliquist, the coach, Dave Duncan, we got to make sure they get their credit.
This was the number one offense in the National League in the regular season, but so much more potent, obviously, with Holiday getting healthy and with David Freese emerging as well. How much of a difference did they make?
Well, we always felt if we could put our lineup out there, that we could put together a run, and it finally happened, and we got the run.
6 World Series for you. Can you believe it?
Not really. This one was a little bit unusual.
Congratulations. Let's bring in David Freese, the MVP of the National League Championship Series. And once again, Bill Giles here to present the MVP trophy.
Matt, congratulations. You had 1,000 slugging percentage, 545 batting average, 3 home runs, 9 RBIs. A great job, young man. Now go beat the American League, will you?
David, you really got it going in the NLDS. When did it click and why?
I don't know. That's the crazy thing about baseball. You just keep working hard, and you're going to have your ups and downs, and you get hot every now and then, and it was a good time now.
The timing was great, yeah.
The timing was unbelievable. I wish, honestly, we could make it, 8 or 9 or however many of these and give them to our bullpen. What they did, they really deserve this award. They're the reason why we won this series.
3 home runs, 9 RBIs, 7 runs scored for you in just 6 games' time. Have you ever been obviously you've never been on this stage, have you ever been on a stretch like that for any 6 games?
I don't think so, You have good moments, and, this is definitely one of them. This is an unbelievable moment, getting to the World Series, and, you got to be a team to beat a team like Milwaukee, and that's what we did.
You're a St. Louis kid. You grew up there in suburban St. Louis. If I could talk to the 10-year-old David Freese and tell him what's happening here tonight, what would he say?
He wouldn't believe it. No chance. He'd want to be here, but he definitely wouldn't believe it.
What does this mean to you as a St. Louis?
This means the world to me. Not only get to the World Series, but to be a part of these group of guys. Quitting out of high school, just one of the main reasons why I came back was the camaraderie of a baseball team, and I haven't been around a better group of guys.
You ready for your first World Series?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah! They're ready for you. And I'm ready to send it back up to Brian. The Cardinals, 2011 National League champs.
All right, Matt. Nicely done. And the Cardinals come in there heavy on David Freese. And back here in the booth as we put the finishing touches on this one. And Ron, just as a summary, you hear that from the Cardinals. You hear this improbable season, this comeback season for them. They're accustomed to winning in St. Louis, but I don't think even the diehard Cardinal fan could have expected a postseason berth this year. But David Freese is now a star, no doubt about it. He's the Nelson Cruz of the National League. But even David Freese gave credit to a tremendous effort by the bullpen.
Yeah, the bullpen was just unbelievable. It's hard to even believe they could pull it off. To be out there that many innings, you're usually going to find someone who's going to falter in that bullpen or someone that takes a beating, and that did not happen. They started off slow, this bullpen. They gave up 5 runs in their first 2 2/3 innings against the Phillies in the NLDS, and then they came back and gave up 7 runs in their last 39 2/3 innings. So, Tony La Russa did push the right buttons. He'll get a lot of credit for that. But the guys like Salas, the guys like Lance Lynn, who was the last guy put on this team when this roster, when La Russa wanted to make sure that he had an extra pitcher. Boy, was that prescient. I mean, he definitely needed that. But the bullpen was just outstanding, and they might have found themselves a closer in this postseason.
Jason Mott got the final 3 outs today. John, it's a scorebook that reads like a spring training game. A starter goes 2 innings, 2 1/3, 2/3. It's an unusual way to go about clinching a division title and then clinching a pennant and moving into the World Series. Can they do this in the World Series and be successful against Texas in your mind?
Well, if you know anything about baseball, the people would say no. But this is a year where whatever you know about baseball, throw it out the window. I'm really looking forward to seeing the matchups between the Texas power arms that they have. I don't think you're going to see – they don't have a lot of contact pitchers where the Cardinal hitters can be as comfortable as they were in this series. So the power arms for Texas is really going to present a problem. And I think for St. Louis, they really do have to get more out of their starters. That lineup, as good as it is, and is better, it's even better than the lineup that St. Louis has by statistics. And I think it's going to be an intriguing matchup because I think we're going to see some real different arms coming out of Texas. And I'm excited to see how the St. Louis hitters attack the arms of Texas.
The two top offenses in each league, the Rangers and the St. Louis Cardinals, and our pitchers don't like to hear about that, but that might be what wins a championship. The Cardinals, for the 18th time, they win the National League pennant. The Gas House Gang in the mid-30s in those great years, and then in the war years, the St. Louis Cardinals had a great run back in the 60s with Bob Gibson. And then 1982, the victory over the Milwaukee Brewers in the World Series. Whitey Herzog had a couple of more pennants, and then when Tony La Russa arrived, 2 pennants in 04 and 06, the World Championship in 06, and now the Cardinals have added one more to the list, 10 World Series championships. They go for their 11th in 2011, and this is what we expect to be the starting pitching matchup, Ron, with C.J. Wilson, Chris Carpenter. Randy Wolf was the left-hander who had success against St. Louis, the only one in this series. How about the 3 lefties for the Rangers?
Well, the 3 lefties for the Rangers. Holland had the most shutouts of the group. They had 19 shutouts as a team, which was unbelievable. And if you look at their power arms, as John talked about, it's going to be a tough road for the Cardinals. But the best thing that could have happened did happen. They won tonight. And that has Carpenter pitching maybe twice, maybe 3 times in a series, and he could be the equalizer against that vaunted Texas lineup.
And for the first time in a series, the Cardinals will have the home field advantage, courtesy of Prince Fielder's 3-run home run at the All-Star game. The St. Louis Cardinals beat the team with the best record in the major leagues, the Philadelphia Phillies. They beat the team with the best record at home in the Milwaukee Brewers. So they have knocked off the top 2 records in the National League as they picked up the wild card, and now it is the Cardinals, red hot, an improbable season, headed to the World Series, and now they spill out onto the field and greet their fans. Great history, the Cardinals. No team other than the Yankees has won more world titles than the St. Louis Cardinals. They have Hall of Famers throughout the year, some of the greatest players to ever put a uniform on in this great game, and they are back once again in a place they call baseball heaven, and St. Louis and Busch Stadium is going to host a World Series beginning Wednesday night. They had to do it on the road. The best pitching staff in all of baseball, many felt, was the Philadelphia Phillies. They took them down. Maybe one of the better offenses in the league, the Milwaukee Brewers. The Cardinals outslugged them. And now they're headed to the World Series to play the Rangers.
And true to form, this might be the largest contingent of visiting fans for a team that you'll ever see after winning here in Milwaukee. Even got all the fans cheering, happy flight.
That happy flight theme for the Cardinals. You can add this to another getaway day since they've won 17 straight wins on a day when they travel. As we check in with Craig Sager down in the locker room. Craig?
Well, thank you very much. Chris Carpenter had to pitch one heck of a game against Houston just to get in the playoffs. An unbelievable 1-0 shutout against Philadelphia to get here. And tonight you just watched. What was that like?
It was awesome. No question about it. You know, I was prepared to pitch tomorrow, but you know, the feeling in this clubhouse is winning, and we've been playing hard all year long. Some things there were some ups and downs here and there, but the last two or so months we put it together and started playing hard. And you got to give credit to all these guys that are in this clubhouse from top to bottom, bullpen, starters, bench guys, the coaches, the staff, the ownership. You know, giving us an opportunity to get Jackson, Dotel, and Arthur, and Fuki, and all the guys that they were able to bring over, and just put everything together. And we started playing well, playing hard, and it was a lot of fun.
What clicked? What was it? At what point did you say, hey, we have a chance to go to the World Series?
Well, once you get here, there's no question about it. Once you get here with the short series and the opponents, you just need to ride some hot things and get some breaks and do some stuff here, offensively, defensively, starting pitching, bullpen wise. You saw this series, our bullpen was unbelievable. Starting pitching didn't go deep, but our bullpen was great. We've had great offense, scored a bunch of runs. You just got to get hot, and when you get into these little series here, if you do anything, anybody has an opportunity, and if you do anything right and get that break, those rolls, those bounces here and there, you have an opportunity, and we played hard enough to do that.
You're celebrating tonight. You're also the Game 1 starter. Are you thinking about the Texas lineup yet?
I haven't thought a lick about them. I'm excited for our ball club. I'm excited for our organization, all the pressures and all the things that we went into that we put on ourselves to come in and play and do the things that we've done. Unbelievable. This group of guys I've been saying all year long is the most amazing group of guys I've ever been around.
Well, you're a great part of it. See you in Game 1.
All right, thanks.
Back to you guys.
All right, Craig, thank you. And John Smoltz, Ron Darling, thanks for your great analysis. It's been a pleasure to work with you guys, and enjoy your off season. It's been a great thrill to be here with you and watch these Cardinals go on to the World Series and see some terrific baseball in this postseason.
This is my 5th year working with TBS in the postseason. I've never seen a series like this, but congratulations to both the Cardinals and the Rangers.
John, you're the closer. Close it out.
I will never forget this series ever. I'm still shaking my head.
His crystal ball was clear for most of the postseason, but this very unusual. Got a lot more for you. We roll on here from Milwaukee as the St. Louis Cardinals celebrate. Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan, continues after a break. And we'll hear from the other side and more interviews, more analysis, more highlights as the Cardinals are headed to the World Series.